This works. Great. Well, good morning, everyone. We had a great evening last night, and I'm looking forward to a good couple of days of talking about butterfly monitoring. I'm going to give an introduction to the eBMS, well, an update really on where we are, and some of the more detailed talks that follow. We will expand on that to give much more information on the data side and the how we're helping to support schemes to develop, how they're developing, and indicators, etc. So I'm going to give a bit of an overview of the eBMS. Some of this will probably be familiar to many of you, but I think there's some new people, so some of this will hopefully be encourage more people to take part in this initiative. So I'm going to cover three aspects in my talk. I'm going to give a brief background and an update on what eBMS is trying to achieve, then a summary of the current activities, the things we're focusing on within eBMS, supported by the ABLE and the Spring project, for example, which have allowed us to do many things to develop the partnership and the tools. And then I'm going to say a little bit about future things that we're already doing or we might do, and maybe worth a discussion about where we think this partnership is going next. So in putting together this talk, I went back through some of my previous talks at this meeting and other meetings to remind myself what we were saying when we started on this journey. So for me, I think it really started around 2015, 2016, when there was a project called Lola that some of the older schemes were involved in to start to bring together the data under a CSAB funding initiative. Reto was the postdoc on the project, and we had some nice meetings in the south of France to start bringing together this data and do some research on the data. So that was around 2015, and then we started around 2017 to start to develop ideas and to attract more funding to develop the idea of a network and continuing the work that was started under Lola. And even before that, we were collaborating, many collaborations amongst BMS schemes date back much further. But around 2016, we came up with these ambitions for the eBMS to work towards a representative monitoring network across the EU, really making great strides in that direction, to support butterfly indicators. So the grass and butterfly indicator was already established around the mid-2000s, I think, the first one, 2005. So we had a good example to build on. But the aim of eBMS is to support indicators and the grass indicator, more indicators, and to support the wider use of this data for engaging people, raising the profile, and to ultimately support conservation. So this was I also went back to the slides I gave in 2017 at this Laufen meeting, and we set up a series of activities and aims that we were working towards. And a key part of this scheme was to develop a data sharing agreement that we have, and I think many of you are formal partners in the scheme or informal partners who help provide data. So we now have 21 partners across Europe from 19 countries, all taking part in an agreement to share the data and then have a process for external people having access to that data. So I think it's important to protect people's interests in how they want the data to be used. So that's been a really effective way of being clear on the partnership. We've been gathering, the aim was to gather data annually, and we've done it most years, not annually, but we've done it several times to bring the data together into a central database to support the use. And Reto will say a little bit more about the latest version of the data that we brought together under the eBMS. We also had the aim in 2017 to develop online data entry systems to help grow the network. And looking back, we didn't have that at that point, but it's been an effective way, particularly for new schemes, to have a system that they can join, they can get going quite quickly. So it removes the challenge or the burden potentially of building your own IT systems. And alongside that is then tools for analysing the data. And again, Retta will say a little bit more about those tools in later talks. But you have some nice tools to analyse the data and visualise the data. And then ultimately to produce the indicators. Again, we've got separate talks on the indicators coming later. So I think what's nice really is to look back at the meeting in 2017. We had these big aims. We had no funding at that point, but we've been able to make great progress in this area, particularly through the European Union funding, the parliamentary actions supported by the MEPs in the European Parliament. So it shows there's great support at the EU level for more effective monitoring of butterflies. So the ABLE project and the Spring project have allowed us to make huge progress on all these aims. And thanks to all you for your contributions and efforts to make this happen. So that was the background to the eBMS that we were aiming to achieve in 2017. We made great progress. So in terms of current activities, I mentioned that we bring together the data annually or very regularly. So this is a summary of the eBMS database. So this is where we ask all the schemes in Europe to submit their data in a common format, and we bring it together into a single database that then allows us to support indicators and research. So Retta will say a lot more about this in the next talk, but it shows the map on the right is the density of transects, which is growing continually across the EU. We know there are still challenges and gaps, but we're working hard with you to develop new schemes and expand the network. And through the ABLE project, we were able to produce this nice visualization, which highlights the great effort that goes into this activity across the EU. Over 100,000 people involved, taking over 5 million counts, walking thousands and thousands of kilometres of transects each year. And now there's over 10,000, well, at the ABLE, there was over 10,000 transect walks across Europe, and Retta will give us the latest figure in the next talk. So alongside that was the collation of existing data. As I mentioned, we also have worked very hard to develop tools to help schemes to have an option for running their schemes through an online facility that's available to all the European schemes. The older, more established schemes typically have their own systems, but for newer schemes, this can be a quick way to get started. I'm very pleased that some of the new schemes are making great use of this facility and been very helpful in suggesting ways it can be improved and helping to develop it. We know there's a challenge in terms of keeping this moving forward and making it effective for everybody, but really like to hear your feedback and ideas for how it can work better for you. A key part of this that Christina has been very active in supporting is the translations, and you also providing the translations. So we now have the site available in over 20 languages and continuing to add new ones and make improvements to make it more effective and more applicable in more places. Clearly the local language is really important for your volunteers to engage with the systems. And then alongside the website is the Butterfly Count app. Again, we'll have some dedicated talks on this, and Andras is very pleased that he's top of the leaderboard in terms of use of this app with his colleague Ambrose, who's also been very incredibly active. So the app is steadily growing in use. This is a similar map showing the density of use of the 15-minute counts across the EU. It's been embraced by some countries and it's been used in other places. So I think a challenge for us as a community is thinking about how we can most effectively use this tool and how it works together with transects. We don't want to dilute the value of transects, which are our gold standard, but 15-minute counts can be really effective at filling gaps or bringing in new audiences, but I think there's some more work to do to think through how we analyse these two schemes together. But what the app does provide is a tool for you to use with your volunteers. As you see, it's been well used by several individuals who find it really easy and intuitive to use in a very quick way to capture count data across the EU. So that's the database and the online systems. The other really important part of this work is to raise the profile of butterflies at the wider political level, at national level, European level. So the indicators are a really important policy tool that's used and grabs attention about butterflies at the EU level and more widely. So as I say, the first grassland butterfly indicator was published in 2005 with Chris and Archivan Stream doing an excellent job to pull together the existing data. We published the last official version includes data up to 2017. So this is the figure shown here, which was reported at the end of the ABLE project, unfortunately showing a decline of around 30% since 1990. At that point, it was EU 28, so we had to remove one country from the EU picture. So it's now an EU 27 indicator that we're producing, and Reto will give an update, I think this afternoon, on the latest indicator results that we've recently finished. And the important part of this indicator, as well as being an important tool in the past in terms of measuring progress, it's central to the EU restoration law. It's one of the only two indicators related to biodiversity that are in the text of the restoration law. The farmland birds and the grassland butterfly are the only two sort of named indicators. So it shows the importance of having this available to support this really important policy development. So that's our current activities around data collation, tools and indicators. In terms of where we go next, so the Spring project has got another year to run, and this is the map that was presented in the proposal in terms of the position that we were presenting in that bid, in terms of having what we call relatively stable BMSs that have been active for a number of years and a good, relatively large network of participants. Under the ABLE project, shown in the yellow, were member states where we would help support the development of the scheme, but early in the phase of building up capacity. So we would continue to work very actively with those schemes under the Spring project. And then the aim of the Spring project was to complete the network across the whole of the EU 27 countries within the Spring project. So our focus within Spring has been very much is supporting the gaps as they were presented on this map, in terms of Lithuania, Denmark, Romania, Slovakia, Greece and Latvia as a particular focus to build momentum in developing schemes in those places. And thanks to Christina and your help, we're making good progress in helping those schemes to develop through supporting coordinators, translating material, running workshops, providing guides, etc. So although we're focusing on these countries, we're not forgetting about every other scheme, so we're trying to support all the schemes in some way across the EU. But a key ambition of the Spring project is, as I say, is to try and complete the network of butterfly monitoring schemes in all member states. The second future priority is aligning with the rest of the Spring project. So I'm not going to go through any detail in this figure. You'll hear about it more from Joseph and Simon Potts. I'm going to talk, and maybe Mark may also mention it when we focus on the Spring project later today. But the Spring project is about piloting a pollinator monitoring scheme across the EU. So it covers butterflies, but also bees, wild bees and hoverflies, and has a mix of methods and a mix of professional and citizen science approaches, etc. And also it has its core elements within what's called a minimum viable scheme, shown on the left-hand side in blue, and also has some, is piloting some complementary approaches, particularly things like malaise traps and light traps. And then it has additional modules as well. It's part of this complex picture about how to monitor pollinators. Needs a mix of methods, mix of approaches, etc. But I've highlighted the two Lepidoptera elements within the Spring project. So butterflies are a part of the core minimum viable scheme, with the aim that they're part of the transects element of the schemes. And the moths are a complementary approach that's been piloted, and Chris will talk a bit about moths later in the meeting. But I guess the key point about this Spring project and the EU pollinator monitoring scheme, if it goes ahead, and the member states may well be mandated to run a monitoring scheme for pollinators under the EU restoration law, butterflies will be part of it, and they will, I think the design of the scheme is likely to be aimed at the common landscape, maybe a random sample of the countryside, but with fewer samples than we would typically do in a transect. So it's another data stream potentially to support the traditional transects and the time counts. So there's potentially a more complex data collection process for butterflies going on within the European landscape going forward. So we need to work out how we can complement the citizen science traditional transect approaches with this new scheme. So my final slide is really to think about other future priorities, is clearly continue all the current activities, all the things we've started and are supporting. We clearly recognise the need to continue and improve the tools and the analysis, etc. But we are starting to get some interest beyond Europe. So I'm not going to test you on your flag knowledge, but these are 4 countries that are already active in one way or another in terms of having the butterfly count app adapted for their nations and translations, etc. underway. So I think we don't want to go too fast to take over the world, but people are noticing what we're doing in Europe and want to join in. So I think for butterfly conservation in the wider sense, this is very welcome. We clearly want to expand the work on moths. The butterfly count app already includes the option to add moth data, supported by image recognition to help with the identification. And as I say, Chris is leading some pilot work on moths under the Spring project. So we want to embrace the moth work. And the final point, I think, in terms of future priority for me, is that we've got this fantastic data resource, and we are seeing some research interest in using it, where each scheme has a view and can agree or not to take part. So there's some interesting things happening with the data, but I think it's underutilised as a resource for understanding butterflies, biodiversity, environmental change, etc. So please tell your research colleagues that there's this amazing data source there available, and there's a way of accessing it and working with the European schemes to make best use of it. So yeah, that was my overview. Thanks everyone, and particularly the coordinators and all the partners who are joining the eBMS and well, really they're volunteers who do all the hard work. But I think we should really thank the EU and the MEPs for investing in this area, and I'm sure they'll appreciate that they've got good value for money.
Very much. We have the questions at the end of the session, so save up your questions for David for later. We now move on with the Reto. Anybody who sent in data to the eBMS has met data online, at least. Reto online. This is the one dealing with the preparation of the data and getting it into the database.
Where is it? Oh, this one. Schmuckli.
Yeah, we just renamed it.
Okay. Wait.
Well, first of all, thank you, Martin and ANL and the organization of this meeting. It's always a pleasure to come over here. often think that meetings are overrated, but this one definitely not. It's a good one. It's the one that I actually get a lot back when I go home. A lot of work often. A little bit of work to prepare, but I also have a lot of idea and requests often. So, but that's a pleasure. I'm a plant ecologist by training. I do a lot of landscape ecology, but as David said, I was a postdoc in Lola back in France, which was a synthesis center. So the synthesis center, the objective was really to take data that were existing and put them together to do better research in collaboration with different groups. So not working in silo, but having an infrastructure and also a scientific culture of sharing and collaborating together. I think eBMS is one of these things that really work and produce something that is above or beyond what every individual scheme could produce. Just in case in the data set, but also in the exchange between researchers that are part of this community. Because it's a community that is very rich. It's a community that involves volunteer, butterfly freak, but also scientist, data freak. But somehow they manage to talk to each other, and there's policy also joining in, which is also a good thing, complex thing, but we live in a complex world. So we need that kind of network and collaboration to work. So here I'm just going to present quickly what eBMS database is right now. eBMS database, I think it enables us to answer what, when, and where. Some big question about that, but probably more, we can also address some other question of how we should manage things and how things are changing, not just where things are. So when we started the eBMS in the Lola project, we only had this thing and a few Excel sheets and some things coming in. And now I'm really happy that the ecosystem is actually much bigger. And the latest addition, which is a great thing, is this part, the online eBMS system, that maybe David can address or answer more question about, because he's managing or kind of overlooking that part with the app development that is actually feeding that eBMS online. There's another eBMS, and that's often confusing, it's a database that unify these two things. Because national schemes still have database, and they have spent a lot of time and energy building those databases, which are unique and have history. We don't want to reinvent the world, so we just want to combine and provide tool to unify and standardize everything in one place to generate new opportunity and maybe better indicator and better data for scientists to use. So we have some tool. Mainly, the database is mainly open source as PostgreSQL, and we have some tool to analyze them in R. Later today, I will present some idea of how to make that accessible to the most by using Shiny app. So web, you can click button, but underneath the mechanic is still working with R. Oops, I have to go forward. I have to turn this. Yeah. So that's how eBMS look like under the hood. It's when, so the visit, some recorder, who does those recording. Essentially, we are recording count along transect with different species. Where they are, we have site, and those sites have some characteristic. So they have a geography, they have habitat type, and they have, if they have change in time, a year stamp, and some species ID if it's an aggregate or if it's a species that is unique. Because some species are difficult to identify in the field, so we allow. The objective of this structure is actually to allow some flexibility. So even though some scheme are not recording to the species, you can still record those, and they are part of the database and they can be queried. So And at the same time, for the site, you can measure a transect, you can measure a section within the transect, but you can also measure area. As long as you give us a point and some area, we can actually integrate that in. And the database allow us after that to kind of unify them much in an easier way. So as David showed that figure, the map, it's actually covering a large part of Europe, mainly Western Europe, but I'm really happy with this part starting to build up. And we started maybe, I think, with 5 million count when we started Lola, but now we are up about 15 million. Obviously, the years are accumulating and every year it's growing. Numbers are numbers, so it's not always very interesting to see how 15 million goes to 15.2 million, 15.5, but it's a big number. And there's a lot of observation, but it's also a lot of volunteers that are walking a lot of transect across Europe. And there's a lot of butterfly species. Maybe not all the species, and I would like to see more rare species, but maybe transect has to be adapted, or maybe special effort have to be made to integrate or capture or detect some more rare species. But for common species, it's a pretty good tool. So this is since 76, sorry, there's about 12,900 transect that have been walked or recorded. Doesn't mean they are all active. Every year, there's about 5,000 transect that are active across Europe. And this is in dark blue, it's the EU. So there's a lot that are happening in Switzerland, UK, and Norway outside the European Union. But the trend is really growing in the member state. So that's a nice thing. But there's about half or a bit more than half that are in the member state. And what's interesting is also that transect with at least 5 years of sampled after 2000. So there's a lot of time series that are actually valuable, very valuable. There's about 5,000 or 4,000, sorry, 200 in Europe, about 2,000 time series that are more than 5 years long. And this is just going to grow as a lot of new schemes have started recently since 2-3 years. And obviously this is the data of the 2020. This is one of the decisions we took, and it's also practically, it's actually quite good for me. We are always 1 year to 2 behind, so we are not collecting the last season, but we collect the last season that was compiled minus 1 year. So that allows national scheme to produce a report, and then after we can integrate that in the eBMS. So eBMS, one of the success is probably that the scheme that contribute to the data, to the eBMS, are still owners of data. But they are owner, and at the same time they are willing to share. So building that trust is very important. And it's not just a scavenging of data, and you don't lose track of these data. One of the great thing about, or this is maybe an opportunity, is how these transect are covering other parts and how they are relevant for policy and conservation across Europe. So this is Natura 2000. There's about 1,900 transect that are touching or covering or part of the Natura 2000. Natura 2000 is a big monster or a beast that is complex. Some are defined, some are not defined, some are managed, some are poorly managed. However, it's nice to have a foot in there, actually, to measure and track the change and maybe having an assessment of how these management are affecting butterfly at least. So there's some across Europe that are part of the bird initiative, so 649 transect in the bird initiative, 1,400 in the habitat direct under the habitat directive, about 329 that are part of both directive. This is how the transect are distributed in the land cover. And this is something that I would like to have a little bit more information about, and maybe we can talk about that later, how we achieve that. But at this time, I'm using Korean land cover because this is a standard land cover that I have access to. If we overlap the point or the transect that we have in the database, we cover about 24% in forest, 21% in pasture. However, these pasture can vary. Some are grassland, rich grassland, some are less interesting grassland. But it would be important to maybe know a little bit more about those grassland big classes. Arable land, which is also an important part of Europe, 19%, and scrub and herbicides, 11%, and then urban fabric or urban development are 9%, about 10%. How does that compare to Europe overall landscape? It's actually pretty close to what it is. So we are representative overall. Doesn't mean that it's representative everywhere in local region. So it doesn't mean that you cover Finland, they have the same proportion of site in the same proportion of the land cover they have, or the UK, or same for other countries. But across Europe, overall, we are covering most of the most important land cover classes. So as I said, it's a great opportunity. It's a big data set to study butterfly, but also the habitat and how these management can be improved, or how maybe assess how these management are affecting some flagship species, some umbrella species maybe. So can that affect pollinators, not just butterfly, but other insect? And that's how I want to conclude. So there's some challenge here about maintaining such a database. It started easy with 5 scheme. We are now at 23 scheme. We spend a lot, or I spend a lot of time, no, we spend a lot of time putting together a pipeline to receive data in many formats, then integrate and swallow that and put that in a nice standardized form with synonym and the right taxonomy. However, it's always challenging when you receive a new data set, or a data set that has just changed by maybe comma, which is now a semicolon, or the date, the year is changing. So the format is always quite tricky. You always have to verify everything when you receive a CSV file or an Excel file, or you have accent because the language are different and the encoding is different. One thing that really helps us is when people adopt the new online system, because then it's already standardized and it's one query and the pipeline is always standardized. So this is one of the challenge. With scheme that are solid and have always the same extract and same format, beautiful. When the format is not the same, it's always a hiccup for me. Opportunities, well, there's plenty of opportunity to do science and do research. We have put together a nice infrastructure, a nice data set, but it's, as David said, it's underutilized. So every year we have about 5 to 6, 7 query of the database, of the data. Out of these 5, I'm not sure they are all used or how they are used. Some are abandoned because, I mean, it's a complex database. And I don't know if it's a naive view from the scientist, or we are not doing the right job to engage with them, or they are not engaging with but there's something to do. So there's a great opportunity to use that database or the data set, but it's also that requires some effort to give the support, how to use the data, and maybe it's also an opportunity to collaborate with them. The next step, well, a better integration with the tools, maybe. I would also like to have maybe a more standardized way to submit the data and ease that. And I would also like to hear from you, what is your view about the eBMS database, if that's actually fulfilling its purpose, your need, and if things can be improved, please just let us know. on the online system, but also on the other system, on the sharing, how we work with scientists. Should we do differently? Thank you.
See you later. We move on. Christina?
I need to upload the thing.
So Christina works for Dutch
It's not
Conservation, and
Sorry, because I have
she has been involved in the previous ABLE projects already, getting many countries to join in with supply monitoring. And now she's working in the Spring project. Also very busy communicating with all of you.
There are people online, yeah?
Which one?
This one, the second. Yeah. Yeah. Presenting, yeah.
Good. Ready?
I think so, yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for being here and do all the travel from all the different countries until here. It's really a pleasure to see our good network growing and growing. We are almost full in this room. I think there are a few chairs spare, so I'm really happy for that. Well, now I'm going to talk about what I am working mainly in Spring and Enable project for improving the eBMS network. Maybe some things are a bit repetitive with David and Reto because, of course, we are working on more or less in the same network. But yeah, I'm going to talk shortly a little bit about the status. I wanted to show this map. Is the eBMS status of the partners, so the ones that they signed the contract to be part of the network formally, and they agree on the data sharing. So as you can see, we are missing a lot in the eastern part of Europe, but of course there are monitoring schemes. There are people working there, but still we need to do this formal part of joining the network, what we, of course, we consider. But you could see that there are already 21 partners plus CEH and Butterfly Conservation Europe. So we are a really big network. And as David said, we will get soon more people, and we will try this year of Spring to go further and include more people and sign finally this eBMS contract. And we are going beyond even Europe. David only saw the flags to just to tell you we are going further, but we are already in Japan. We have one transect in Tokyo, so it's incredible. And you could see the eBMS website in Japanese, so it's impressive. It's really great. And also we incorporated the butterflies of Kenya, so they want to do 15-minute counts in Kenya and also in Saint Helena. That is a really remote island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, so it's really great. They want to join our network and our platform because yeah, it's really good, no, providing that tool. You saw this map before, but just to remember again, in purple are the countries that there are stable VMS, so running for many different years. And in orange, you could see the countries that we achieved to incorporate it during ABLE project, that it was in 2018 until 2020. And further, just taking into account EU, the Spring project is focused mainly on the remaining countries, the 6 remaining countries that we are missing from the EU to complete the 27. So you can see it in gray. But of course, we continue supporting all the different countries in Europe. Of course, the starting the schemes, they still need our support to doing workshops, to doing coordination, translation. So we are still there, but our main priority indeed is to have the schemes in Greece, in Denmark. We have it in Lithuania. They are doing marvelous there. Latvia, Romania, and Slovakia. So that is, we really need to have it in. Well, basically my work is to do the coordination of this scheme, and I think it's one of the key parts to really continue running. So I'm in coordination with the coordinators, and these are in coordination with all their countries. So that is this pyramid system, I think, is one of the most important parts, because if not, it wouldn't work. So we need a system of coordination to be able to run everything, right? We have also the eBMS tools that need improvements, and thanks to your feedback, we could continue improving the scheme and get direct, if there are bugs or if there are things that we need to improve. We do a lot of dissemination through Butterfly Conservation Europe in Facebook and Twitter. Here you can see one of our posts, that is where I try to communicate some volunteers that there are in Facebook, and also to share news for other BMS. So please, if you have news or things that you would like to share European level, I can do it. So just send it to me. And we will reach you farther, because we are a really big community, and sometimes the volunteers really feel like I'm doing just by my own, but that is not true. We need to generate this European community that we are many people doing the same in many different places of Europe. And here I wanted to show you that in the Butterfly Conservation Europe website, I created a page to have all the annual BMS reports. So every country make a really great effort to produce the annual report every year, more or less. So here I put several for different countries. So please, if you have more, just send it to me every year, and we update it here, because then we have a compiled page to have all together. When I also work on giving materials to the different BMS, we provide butterfly nets to some countries, especially in really rich countries. I produce the eBMS pins that you saw at the entrance, so please take them, because it's for you and your volunteers. And also we printed the field guide. This is one of our marvelous material that we produced during ABLE, and we continue doing it. Is our tailored field guide that we produce for countries that they don't have books, because sometimes they don't have even a butterfly book, or if you have a book, it's not useful to bring it to the field, no? It's heavy and it's not really comfortable, so we produce these field guides that there are outside. Also, you have a few of them, that there are a few pages and they are really easy to carry. So we do it for national schemes. So for example, you can see here for Poland, Lithuania, Malta, or Spain, we've created for the most common species. Of course, not all of the species can be in, but also we produce it regionally. So for example, you could see that we did it Corfu for Greece, that is just an island, tiny island in Greece. So we have all the butterflies for that island in just one field guide. So we don't need to give them the 500 species of Europe to those people recording butterflies in Greece, right? And also we produce one for Austria, one region. And of course, I continue working on that. So we will have more field guides for different countries in Europe. And one of our part is really to give the message everywhere and do workshops and seminars spreading our message, why we do this, why it's important, monitoring butterflies. And here you can see a few of workshops that we did this year in Cyprus, Bulgaria, Italy, online, of course. We did a lot of things online in Slovenia, in Lithuania, and of course, here in Spain, it was my last workshop with 70 people of volunteers, so it was really, really great. Well, future activities or what we pretend to do in 2023 is incorporate these countries that we are remaining in EU, continue supporting and improving skills, so doing the training, the coordination, the translation, continue providing material. And I was thinking also to how more give material for the coordinator itself, because sometimes when the coordinators join and start to do the BMS, they're a little bit, okay, how to start, there is a lot of things to do, so prepare material for the coordination itself. So, well, in general, create a better eBMS community, and please, if there are any doubts or anything that you want to share, just contact me. This was just my part. I didn't want to talk much. I really want to give the voice to some coordinators. So please, if all these people can come here, we are going to talk about Cyprus, BMS, Portugal, Austria, Turkey, Spain, and Bulgaria. Can you come? So when I give the first one to start is Eske from Cyprus and tell us a little bit about this scheme. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. I will try to summarize Cyprus butterfly monitoring scheme. Until this year, we knew that we have 53 species of butterflies on the island, but with the recent publication from Eddie John and Christodolos Makris, now we have 56 species on the island. And we have 3 endemic species. And when we look at the other islands in the Mediterranean, I think we have quite good number of butterfly species. So far, we had several workshops, and the first workshop was in 2019, and we tried to put the experts from both communities and bring them together to have discussions, and then we did the workshop with the support from the ABLE project, and in this workshop 26 people were attended, and from that day we set up the Cyprus eBMS, and this was the photo from the meeting. This is a building, it's in the green line between the 2 sites, and it's called Home for Cooperation, and this place always provides us good atmosphere, so the Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots can meet and exchange their knowledge. And also, we also produced our leaflets. One was field guide, another one was field guide together with the species photos, and we started distributing this. And we have one transect in my village. Personally, I am the monitor in this transect since 2020, and all the data is already uploaded into the system. And just recently, Ellie received a Darwin Plus Fellowship project, so she set up 10 transects in Akrotiri region. And she's doing monthly surveys from April 2022, and she will carry out until December 2023. She didn't upload the data yet. She said she will when she has a bit of time. And we have lots of many 15-minute counts. Of course, data automatically uploaded into the system. And I just set up again in my village one moth trap this year. Just after David's visit, he had a short visit. And I uploaded the data already, whatever I have seen. One moth trap again, Ellie set up in Akrotiri in May. She's still collecting the data. Okay, we joined, as you know, the online workshop in 2020, and I was here in Laufen in 2019, representing Cyprus. So we really hope to extend our monitoring scheme. And there was a grant call from the EU Office for Turkish Cypriot Community in 2021 and in 2022. And we applied to that with collaboration with Eli, because it's better when you submit a grant. It's always, you get more points to collaborate with the other community. And Eli was very supportive, so was Christina and Sue Collins and Sally. We applied 2 times and EU office didn't like it, rejected. But we will keep trying to get more funding, because it's important to educate the volunteers on the island. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eske. It was really great to hear you a little bit about Cyprus. So now we move to the other side of Mediterranean.
Hello, I'm very glad to be here to tell you a little about the Portuguese BMS. I don't know why this is automatic, but we have been monitoring butterflies since 2019, but in fact it started here in 2017 with a meeting like this. So thank you very much. The official inaugural meeting was in 2019, and we with the help of the ABLE project, we invited several people that work with Tagish, and we had 80 participants from different representatives of the Portuguese Institute for the Conservation of Nature, other NGOs in Portugal, municipalities, and also the general public. And this was very important also to the press to how do you say, disseminate the project. It was also important, the partnership with the ICNF, where we trained the rangers, nature rangers, to monitoring butterflies in the protected areas of Portugal. We did 4 workshops in the first 3 years, and we had more than 100 participants. Also training to the general public, always with the support of municipalities, NGOs, even student association that contacted us, or we contacted them to do the trainings, and webinars, more shorts. And because of the first inaugural meeting, we did a press release, and since then, every year about the Earth Day in April, they contacted us and they talk about the project. Here we see a butterfly from Madeira next to, it's the first page next to Paula Rego, so I think it's good. But we also publish in other specialized nature publication, mainly online. And of course, we used our social networks a lot to do the publications, our dissemination. We had a volunteers meeting after the monitoring scheme was established in 21. It was an online meeting. This year we couldn't do such, but we will do it next year in person. So we invite you also. I think we had good results. Here we have only the results for the sites which are counted by the rangers. In 32 sites, we are only showing transect counts, and also municipalities and citizens in general. It's a good. We have a lot of transects. Not all of them are active right now. So you can see that in the first 3 years we had we went up until 55 transects with more than 10 counts a year. This year we went a little bit down, and we would like to improve this situation. Maybe we will have to engage better with the volunteers. So that's what we will hope to do to the future. Maybe we don't have a newsletter. I think it's important to have communication with volunteers. That's what we want to do next year. I'm sorry. So, and also we have our social networks, but no dedicated only for volunteers. So we are hoping to do that also next year to do annual meetings, at least online, if we can do presential, and engage with new publics. And thank you very much. This is the list of our volunteers. Thank you. Oh.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why it's automatic.
I think it's something I did.
Yeah, sorry, I put all the presentations together and now it's automatic. I don't know why. But you could see how many people is behind the Portuguese BMS. It's so important, all the work that is behind on this. Let's move to the center of Europe now. We go to Austria and let's hear a little bit about Daniela, the coordinator.
Yeah, so hello. We are, I present a few things about Austria now. Sorry. We are 4 people in the eBMS coordination in Austria. And I like the German names for some of the butterflies better than the English ones. So I translated the tooth-winged butterfly because it has this little tooth on the back wings. That's one of the butterflies we found with the transects. So looking back the last 3 years, it also started with the ABLE workshops in 2019. And then we had the foundation of the Austrian Butterfly Conservation Group in September 2020, which also was supported by the ministry and by WWF. We got the Facebook site and the website, which is really important that people find you when they Google you. Then we got a few 2 field guides, one for Vienna and one for Burgenland. And then we had a lot of partners for excursions and workshops. We had a workshop at the Natural History Museum, which is also really interested in citizen science. And we are collaborating with Naturschutzbund, which is a large NGO, but also with the university and a company that works with gardeners as well. They had like the first international butterfly congress, and we could give a talk there about our project. And of course, I also have a screenshot of us because I really like our meetings, and it's always really a confidence boost to carry on with our scheme. And here's the result now. We have about 27 transects, which are kind of active right now. We were also like Portugal, we had more than 40, I think, registered transects. Some of them disappeared again this year, but they were active last year. Some of them only popped up last year. So it's, not that stable yet, but we are not only in Vienna, as maybe some people think. The Weinmilch transects are the green ones. And then we have our main efforts actually are in Burgenland with the nature park and the national park, which is now running really well. And I think we could expand to other nature parks because they're distributed all over Austria, and then we get a nice sample. And there's a walk which really escalated. He went there 24 times. It's a researcher interested in butterflies, and he just did this on his own. He logged in and boom, and went out and did this. So together we walked more than 100 kilometers this year alone. To zoom in into the nature park, we had 7 volunteers with 5 transects. and they counted 2,500 butterflies, and even one of these Parnassus species, which is really rare in this area. In Vienna, we have these green active transects, but they are not only public parks, but also part of the biosphere reserve in the Viennese forest. So it's not only like urban spaces in Vienna, and also, which I think is a really nice thing to monitor, is a community garden. But most of these transects are project based, and some are even paid transacts, so it's difficult to keep them up after the project runs out. But Vienna is a really well mapped area. So here in this circles, you see numbers of how many butterfly species are known there. In 2013, they made a publication about it. So you would think, oh, we know everything about Vienna there. But in the end, this was my transect. In the publication, it says 5 species, but with my transect, it went up to 26. So yeah, even Vienna is not that well mapped in the end. And a second area that showed how a city can surprise you is the new habitats that are created while there is construction. There's a whole new district built in Vienna, and they have a lot of areas where they need to compensate for it. So they manage it for wildlife as well. So they actually have volunteers that help them with the hay and stuff like this. So it's like a really nice butterfly habitat now. It didn't exist a few years ago. And the white transects are the one that disappeared, but maybe we can get them running again. Yeah, and in Austria was not a blank slate. There was a lot going on in Austria already with insects and with volunteers and with entomology in general. So we need to talk to a lot of different stakeholders, which is sometimes a challenge, but also really an opportunity. And yeah, in the future, we try to insert us in this system and work at the moment we work together with some of these people, and we want to reach out to the other ones as well. Quite a nice opportunity would be, for example, the nature monitoring with farmers who have a wide network of volunteers in agricultural areas around Austria. So I look forward to nice cooperations and opportunities in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniela. Really a lot of effort done in Austria, and we are really pleased for that. So thanks. Next one, Efrim to Turkey. We are with the older women now.
Hello. The biggest geography ended up becoming mine, and fewest volunteer maybe is also in ours. Well, Turkey is huge, as you know, and I have been resenting to join eBMS because of that. With so big area and so few volunteers, and the volunteers were mostly concentrating on photography and visiting new sites and not really planning to visit the same transect over a certain period of time. So we had challenges. But we were secretly translating the application with volunteers. So we were trying to kind of build up the background when people wanted to start counting the butterflies. So in 2021, during the pandemic, I was approached by Alperen, a Turkish butterfly photographer who volunteered in Rome. So I actually want to thank to Italian group for encouraging our butterfly watchers in Turkey because they had the chance to go and he had the chance to join one of the transect, and that inspired him. And he communicated with me and saying that I'd like to do that in Turkey too. So what we did was, yes, let's do it. Now that there's a volunteer, let's do it. And we translated the web page, and we also, right now, the web page and the application is mostly translated. We continue to translate as new things approach. And then we started our Instagram and YouTube pages to explain how to use the applications. And we also found some very dedicated butterfly watchers from Istanbul. So right now, these are Umut and Merve, who are also the two leading butterfly watcher volunteers. And you see those two dots from Istanbul here. That is their responsibility, and they dedicatedly went there and collected data every week. So we have two transects from Istanbul, two transects from Kayseri, one from Karaman. So it is just new, and people just starting to upload their data. And yeah, those are the ones I started. But yeah, we're just new. But the thing that proves itself is that maybe walking on the same transect over and over again is not that suitable for Turkey condition because we're very few people and everybody wants to go to different sites. So what proved itself useful was actually the 15-minute counts, and it is more accepted through butterfly watchers. And this is Khan. He has been my volunteers for 3 years now, and you can see that he nearly finished Çanakkale and Balıkesir region. So it's like anytime he's going out to watching anything, he does the 15-minute counts. And that's all actually. We don't have much. We have just started. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Efrim. Even if it's little, it's a really big step forward. So we are really pleased because it could be overwhelming. Turkey is huge, but we need to start somewhere, and you are doing awesome. We have still 2 remaining presentations. Let's see, Bulgaria, Dravko.
Okay.
Short.
Yeah, I have lots of slides, so bear with me.
Okay, now it's not working, I think.
Oh, that's easier then. I'll just go and have a seat.
What is said in German? That is not okay. That is loading in a way.
On the laptop it works.
Yeah, in the laptop work. Maybe we move to the Spanish, and meanwhile I try to correct it. The Spanish presentation was somewhere else.
You're running out of time.
Yeah, we have still a bit of time, I think.
Okay.
Where's the next presentation?
Nick uploaded. I don't know where it is. This is my. He uploaded.
BMS,
No, this is my USB.
Laufen.
Laufen, Spain. Yeah, that one. Yeah, well, now I give you with Miguel to just update a little bit the Spain BMS.
Working?
You need the microphone to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm just going to show you a very short summary of the results we obtained in Spain. So we already have more than 600,000 data since we started with our program, and 211 transects have provided data since then. We started in 2014, but I will mainly show you the results for the last year. So we recorded 102,000 butterflies from 200 species, and 166 transects were active this year. And a peculiarity of the Spanish system is that there's people recording butterflies all around the year. So this year we recorded all the weeks. All the weeks had some data. Just bear in mind that we have the southern Spain and then the Canary Islands as well. So yeah, every week we have data. This is the evolution of the number of transects per year. So you see that we are improving. We had something less in 2017, but in the last years we are steadily improving. Well, the average number of species we record is 48, so quite a lot of species per transect. This is the geographical extension. The red ones are the transects that have been active during this last year. So you see that we have a nice coverage of all Spain, also including Canary Islands in places such as, well, national parks or that's La Palma, so beautiful places as well. So I mean, I'm pretty glad that we have quite a good coverage. Also, the number of butterflies have increased in the last years, but this last year it was quite appalling because although we keep growing in the number of transects, but the number of butterflies recorded just went down. And well, our guess is that it was because of this very hot and dry summer, extremely hot, and probably the butterflies didn't do very well this year. So we got this decline in the numbers. Well, that's and just to show you some, well, 13 transects recorded more than 2,000 butterflies, each one of them. And this is the top one. This place, there's a guy there that counted this year more than 5,000 butterflies. So that's fantastic. And these are the places where we recorded the largest numbers of butterflies. And this has something to do with abandoned Spain, we call the places where there's a low population and the pressure for the nature is not so high. So those are the places where if you want to see really big numbers of butterflies, go there because these places are fantastic. Well, also the number of recorded species is also growing, but more or less we are getting to a level in which it is difficult to grow because 200 species is quite right. In Spain, we have 250 species, so we are recording most of those. And we are recording quite a lot of endemic species, and of course, when the Canary Islands joined the scheme, this certainly improved clearly. So. And that's it, just to show you some data.
Let's see.
So, yeah, thank you so much, Miguel. It was great to see that. Let's see if we could manage to open the presentation from... Is the PDF not working?
Okay, it's got a dot and something in the beginning. Yes, you should just rename it.
As a dot.
The rename it.
Is this the one you downloaded from my email? Because it didn't have a dot there.
I think I have another one here. This is without the dot.
Yeah.
Huh. Hey.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, now it's...
Okay, can we have it like a one?
I don't know if it's...
Just one full page? Okay.
The Zoom is not...
And also if you can enlarge.
Zoom, they are not seeing that, yeah. Technical things, of course.
Can we get one page, please?
A bit larger. Yeah, I think you need to go scroll down.
Something like
Can you,
It should be one page view.
can you, that,
No, that's your PDF.
Oh,
that's
that's
PowerPoint.
okay, just scroll.
So this is a browser, isn't it? Oh, excellent. There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. This is an opening slide from 6 years ago, different venue, where this was just wishful thinking on my part. I had a question mark over there, and then I decided to be positive. And 6 years later, I would only change in this way, one more exclamation mark, and I'm now the national coordinator of the Bulgarian butterfly monitoring scheme, which is very small, but hopefully will grow in the future. So 3 years ago, since I've been here last, and before that, I had only done some popularizing of butterflies and monitoring, just taking advice from you guys, for which I'm eternally grateful. I did get support from the ABLE project, and that was instrumental in starting to doing some specific things. So I listed them here. I have translated a lot of the materials available so far and keeping at it. On the advice of many of you, including Miguel, I contacted national parks, given additional confidence from my collaboration with you. And last but not least, the volunteer and transect monitoring started feeding data to the system 2 years ago. So national parks first, we have 3 of them. Small number, big problems. I won't list everything. So it's all basically down to finding the right person at the national park, and usually that's not the director because he gets changed for political reasons every 3 months or so. But I did manage to get some people, not the least through my Facebook group, which turned out to be the best thing I've done for the monitoring. So I either found them in Facebook, or then I got the director to share who the only crazy person is willing to do this for me. And so just briefly about some little trainings I've done in 2 of the 3 national parks. This is the Central Balkan Park, where they have a dedicated team who want to have at least 3 transects. So far they have 1. We started feeding data this year, and this is how we set it up. And I provided them with nets, which you were kind to send me. I've done trainings at the Pirin National Park, my favorite place personally. That was in 2020, where I went and told them about the ABLE project, and I explored some ideas with them about future cooperation. And 2 years and 2 director changes later, they invited me to finally start training them. And so this is official training where 15 people took part in the monitoring methodology. But that's all for the future. Basically, it's only started, whereas I can be happy to present our volunteer network, which started a little bit with my own transects. Now we have 12. One is inactive, another one will have to be scrapped down because of land development, but basically we have 10 transects currently feeding data with over 3,700 records by a few days ago, and 120 species out of 220, basically. Look at that. So it isn't students, it isn't IT professionals who rejoice in nature, it isn't me, it's British expat retired people who are leading the effort in Bulgaria. So again, Facebook was crucial. They found me, I found them. I went and met each of them in person where they live in Bulgaria. And without them, we would have nothing. So may they have long and prosperous lives. And incidentally, that's why I yesterday said that I'm looking for ideas how to attract more of them to move to Bulgaria. So maybe with the big butterfly count, we'll have a little advertising campaign. So after you're done here, right. So here's the location of the transects. This is our champion, Chris Day. And Diana Brown, She lives here and she has 4 transects in these 2 spots. These are my own. There's a 19-year-old school kid there. Well, he's a young man already, but anyway. And this is the Central Balkan National Park. So basically very uneven coverage in terms of geographical representation and data, and we don't have anything in the high mountains yet. But we'll see about that. The 15-minute counts, I've been very happy about this myself, and I'm advertising it as a very easy gateway drug for people who are scared by the transects, because we have a lot of those. We already have nearly 150 species recorded in the 15-minute counts, including high mountain species. And the number of records will, I think, next year will exceed the one from the transects. So basically, this is where we've done 15-minute counts. And North Bulgaria is the biggest problem. We have very few people there, just as is to be expected. So anyway, just a few words about new things that started this year. Of course, the Spring Project, which I'm very eager to learn more about, including that's a personal project of me, monitoring Euplagia quadriform tariff for a private client, a mining company. They have to do that because they're operating in Natura 2000. And that's been a very interesting experience. Then pilot automatic light trapping, and I won't say anything about the last because it's a bit controversial. So this is just some stills from the monitoring of the Euplagia quadripunctaria. That's the mining site over there. Turns out they've done no damage to the population, if you can even say there's a population there. Highly mobile species. In fact, the best place for it is one which they created themselves without knowing it. So the moths really love it there. And pilot automatic light trapping using a Finnish design. It's a monster of a light trap. It has a freezer, no poison. And I've been just playing with that for 1 season, and we'll see if we can do anything more lasting for the future. So that was it. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, you can come back to your seat. Thank you, Zdravko, and all the coordinators. And well, it's what I wanted to show. Like I always presenting about eBMS network, and I'm the one giving the message, but I couldn't do it behind. If will not be possible for all the coordinators that I have behind, the ones that presented, and the one that there are also in this room, and they couldn't come. So thank you so much for all of your work, and especially, of course, for all the volunteers. So my part is finished finally.
So we just have a few minutes for a few questions, and it can be to all the subjects we've done. Let's see, first one. Yeah.
So, hello everyone, I'm Olga from Greece. I wasn't here yesterday, so I didn't introduce myself. I don't have any questions, I just want to share some news with you. Christine? So we haven't entered the network officially yet, but we are on the way to. So I just want to share with you that we have a lot of registered volunteers. 11 of them have shared data recently, so last week. And we had 13 transects this year and 2 15-minute counts. So I think it's a good progress for Greece. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question for Reto. Do you think in the future it will be feasible that your huge database feeds directly from the eBMS application, or is it difficult, or what are the difficulties to do that? I mean, is it possible just to do it sort of automatically, just pressing a button or something magic in it? Just tell us about your ideas about this.
If I understand correctly, it's from the online system to the collated database. it's not one button, but it's maybe 3 or 4 buttons that we press. The pipeline is already working. It's actually the easiest step right now. Because when you upload your data on the online system, the query is already standardized. You have a synonym, you have a taxon list and species list. All the work that I have to do by scripting for every other scheme that send me CSV or other format or RDS, that's already done. So it's the easiest route, and I would highly recommend if you start a new scheme or if you're considering renewing or need infrastructure to grow, the online system is a good start for, I guess, from the user experience. It's good, you have support, and from my end, it's the easiest route too. So they can be integrated almost in real time.
Yeah, just to add to that, the reason we don't do it, we haven't done it automatically, is we want the national schemes to have the control. So we don't want to do that without you saying, yes, we want it to happen that way. But if you're happy for us to do it automatically, we can do it automatically, yeah. Right. So maybe we should capture that agreement from each of the schemes using the online system, that they're happy for us to do that.
I was curious, is there any upper time limit for data requests? Because they seem to be piling up, and was wondering whether it should be to be done before a certain date or not. It's difficult to see the number of applications that we have signed and agreed to, because they seem to be in the pipeline-ish. But it would be good to know your thoughts about that.
Yeah, the system we've got at the moment is a bit clunky, I think. So I think I'd like to move it to so it's a lot of paper moving around everywhere. So maybe some online forms to capture the requests and capture your agreement to those requests, and have them more visible, which ones we've already had in the system. And yeah, so I'm a bit behind giving that proper attention, but I think, as I said, I'm really keen that the data is used more, so we need to speed up the data request process. But in terms of the agreement, I think we have, you have 2 weeks to respond to a request that I send you, but I'm often the slow bit sending them to you. So yeah, it's we can improve it, I think.
Maybe once the data are given to the user, we were thinking about asking them to report after a year what they have done, what they have achieved, because there is an element that in the agreement that says that they have to integrate or have to give the opportunity to the data owner to participate to the research, but often it's the silence after they receive the data. So if now I'm providing also a PDF with all the agreement, all the element that they agree to get the data. And I think we should add one. This is not in part, but it's an object, maybe an option that we could add, is to ask a report after a year, just to say where are they with the data, or they keep using it after 2 years and it's ready.
Don't need that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay.
Just to add to this, and we need the list of publications what they make up from our work, which is very important. So if you follow this, you have this data request, what happened, and then the list of publications, because we also have to, it's a good PR for us, which is very important to do.
Okay, thanks. Well, more or less on time, just 4 minutes over the original planned moment that we have coffee. So I guess the coffee is here outside. We should all be back at 11. Back in the room. Thank you.
They are.
play a vital role in pollinating crops, fruit, vegetables, and wildflowers. We can clearly see protecting these habitats from destruction, through pesticides, over-fertilization, or conversion to other land uses does not merely protect butterflies' habitats. If it ensures the greater ecological balance is kept, and by extension safeguards food chains and our own well-being. A turnaround in the population trends of insects will only be achieved through a comprehensive restoration of habitats and insect-friendly agricultural management. This is why we are expanding the biotope network in Bavaria's agricultural landscape. We are making Bavaria greener with a pact of traditionally managed orchards. We are going back to more sustainable agricultural practices and giving insects their habitats back. Flowering Pact of Bavaria expands insect habitats in urban areas. At the ANL, we often offer education opportunities to promote people's interest in the ecology of different species groups. This is a vital prerequisite for their conversation. All of this stems from our deep conviction that our planet's biodiversity is one of the greatest assets. We need to treasure and protect it. Its value is immeasurably. Effectively protecting endangered species is only possible if we know their current distribution, habitat needs, and population trends. This is why regular and standardized surveys are vital for effective nature conservation. With your work in developing, promoting, and conducting monitoring efforts, you all, the experts organized in the BCE and its partner organizations, provide exactly that. I am immensely grateful to all you for sharing your expertise to produce data, inform the public, and to advocate for the conservation of species. Thank you for your passion and your commitment to protecting our species, both the popular and less popular ones. Your commitment is invaluable. Let us continue to work together internationally to protect and conserve our butterflies and all insects. I wish you all a very fruitful meeting. That's the part from Mr. Barth. And now my words. Dear guests from near and far, dear butterfly experts, caretakers, and advocates for the protection of the habitat. Welcome to Laufen at the Kapuzinerhof, the educational center of the ANL. It's a pleasure to be able to greet you all personally. I believe the last time we saw each other was before Corona. I've already seen many familiar faces. There's something familiar, but for me about the BCE meeting, even if I am only here for a short time. Most of you have known each other for many years, exchange ideas regularly, work together and care for the conservation and protection of butterflies. Despite that, a meeting like this is always important, and a face-to-face exchange cannot be replaced with a video conference. This is already the third international meeting during my time at the ANL and makes me very happy. Since the last meeting, the topics of species extinction and species loss have attracted great interest from the public. The initiative and success of the Bavarian referendum has stimulated interest for this topic, not just in Bavaria, but in neighboring countries as well. In addition, there's a wide interest in basic training to become a species expert in a wide variety of areas. The state-run academies active in Germany have arranged the development of the basis for qualification and certification for a range of species groups. These training formats have been widely approved, and we are working closely with universities and the major nature conservation associations. At the beginning of next year, we will create a central jointly founded position to advertise and coordinate course offerings for species expert. Currently, the focus of the courses is on field botany, ornithology, amphibians and reptiles, with other species groups planned for these certification courses. Here the focus is on bats, grasshoppers, and of course butterflies. In addition, a group of experts has revised, expanded and re-edited an important book, especially for butterflies and the training to become a species specialist. The authors have done an excellent job with the book, and the new book is now here. And I think it's a very great book, but it's only in German. It's not in English, sorry. For this, I would like to thank all the authors very, very much. The book is not a classic identification book. It also provides information about habitats and necessary protection and development measures for butterfly species. This book is not only aimed to experts, but also caters to interested beginners and is an important companion on the road. The book is hot off the press, and now it's my part to give the first book to Josef Settele. He is a part of the ANL Presidium, and first I planned to give this first book to Mr. Barth, but he is sick, and so.
It's always nice somebody sick you can replace him and then get a nice book. That's really great. But it's very nice to have this, and I think it's also very much due to Christian Stettler and many of our colleagues, because these are the authors of this book. And Christian told me not to tell about the story, how we agreed on doing the German one and the Bavarian one, but it was always some kind of nice white beer some years back where we agreed on, let's say, friendly, let's say, complementarity of our approaches. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish the conference runs well, and that there are many exciting discussions. And I wish you all the best during your stay here at Laufen. Thank you very much.
Peter, and again, thank you to everyone helping organise this conference quietly at the back of the room, making it all work so well. Thank you. Right, so I'm now going to pass over to Sue Collins, who's going to chair the next session, which talks more about the Spring project, which you'll hear about what its aims and objectives are. So Sue, as you know, does all the policy work for butterfly conservation Europe, and is making our data pushed into the policy sector, which is very important.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you very much, Martin. And I just want to say that the previous session nearly made me cry because that is such a wealth of activity, dedication, achievement by all you wonderful coordinators. And looking back on those 7 or 8 meetings that I attended in Laufen, this is wonderful that the activity has expanded to the extent it has. And I couldn't do my efforts in Brussels without all you people and all your so thank you very much.
That's cool.
We're going to have the first presentation from someone I think everybody knows, which is Professor Dr. Joseph Sefton from USA. So thank you. On screen.
Thank you, Dr. Collins. Not yet, so we still have to work with this. Okay, thank you very much, sir. We're just trying to find the presentation. I've put it on there somewhere this morning, but maybe it went somewhere in the wrong direction. Who is our other colleague from A&R who was doing this? I don't know where he put it.
It's something there now. Okay,
There's something there, but it's not mine. Okay, you can do it quick, just a second. So it's about the spring project. You heard a lot about this already. We just load it once again. And it's well, the follow-up of Able actually, but it's a much wider, much broader initiative covering all the pollinators, more or less, what is the idea behind. And this is a kind of contract from the Commission, initiated by the European Parliament actually, and some members of Parliament. And the idea behind is to develop a monitoring scheme across Europe for the pollinators. The nice thing in this project is we can't fail, because it's a pilot study where all the things which go wrong are part of the result. That's very nice to have such a project, because you can just make everything you like. You try and have errors, make experience, and write this down. So one important component is how much effort it means to do a reasonable monitoring for these different groups of species. And yeah, this one. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's appreciated. I'm doing this, by the way, on behalf of David and myself and all the spring partners. So David and me are the coordinators somehow. Formally, EUFZ is the only contractor in the Commission, and we do all the subcontracts. So we do all this kind of bloody admin type of things, which is also an interesting challenge, because you learn quite a lot of the structures you have. For example, if we hand out contracts, let's say to local people, and it's an 18 pages documents, it's something which doesn't really work. You want to have a simple contract of 2 pages and that's it. So 18 pages already, let's say, create some difficulty, but it's a German system, for example, we have to follow this one. So we have to try also to find solutions to improve this, to make this contracting simpler. This sounds simple, but it's a very complicated act actually. So the general objective of this one was, and still is, strengthen taxonomic, but what they mean is faunistic actually, capacity in your member states with regard to pollinating insects, and support preparation of the implementation of the European Pollinator Monitoring Scheme, EUPOMS. Simon Potts later will talk about this in more detail, so there are some slides we jointly have, but most slides are different. And this that you have seen before already this morning. This is kind of, I was calling the Potts Temple, so Simon's Temple, something like this. And you have these kind of different elements, minimum viable schemes, complementary approaches, additional modules. That's the entire concept. It was developed in the last years, and this is an ongoing process in developing this further. So this comes back every once in a while for different elements. Task 1.1, expanding the eBMS scheme. You had heard about this. You saw this kind of map already. That's the approach we have in spring now, heavily driven by Christina and our friends of Flinders, Lichting, etc. So that's also indicated here on eBMS. These are the partners, eBMS, Bloodware Conservation Europe, and being in charge of this one. And it's about establishing the scheme in countries where it is not yet established. So priority support of 6 countries. You mentioned this already before: Denmark, Latvia, Lithuania, Greece, Romania, and Slovakia. And support and develop a unified, sustainable, and cost-effective European Butterfly Monitoring Network. And these are the starting BMS and the fledgling ones. So starting, for example, here, that's example Poland. Fledgling is regarded, for example, in Czech Republic. So you can see that all across Europe how this is intended to have the focus. But it's all about the complete network, EU27, having a standardized approach for the monitoring of butterflies in this task. The same, of course, is the aim for the other pollinators. And you have seen these ones before. That was the able one, and that's the spring one, and the combination covers the whole of Europe. And also Turkey is there somehow, at least on the map, so it's important just to mention. And Cyprus, I guess. Yeah. And you know, the indicators, I just have to take this one, you know, the grassland one, that's the other one, which is some of the results of the work we are doing jointly at the entire team, all the groups here. And I think these are very precious things for the also European policy making. Task 1.2, that's something about capacity building of our citizen science networks. That's heavily done by UKCH. That's Michael Pocock, who is not here today. But if there are some more details you want to know, you might ask either Sue or David to give you more detail. I'll just skip this one. Any detail is about the citizen science component, doing some analysis. And there was one first study done which shows how the capacity of citizen science looks like in the EU countries. It's a very small sample, but it just shows you the further northwest you are, I think you already know the better the situation is, and further southeast it's a bit more difficult. The data set is not huge, but it gives an indication where the problems are in terms of citizen science. And taxonomic capacity building, that's something Mark will talk about after me. So don't go into detail, I think you covered this all, I guess. Within the Pollination Academy is kind of password for the entire activity, so I skip this one, we save a bit of time. And this is the kind of details we have there. This is the minimum viable scheme. The first part is the standardized transect approaches for bumblebees, butterflies, other bees, hoverflies. This is kind of the good intention behind. We have to see how it really works, and we gain a lot of experiences for which groups is okay, where it doesn't work, and we have to see how this develops further. There's one component, and the other one is the standardized pen traps for white-bees and hoverflies, which seems not to be so adequate for hoverflies, by the way. That's the development we have now as a kind of first result. So these are the two components of this MVS. And it's just one part of this template I've shown before. That's the approach, the standardized one across Europe, where we place in this 1 square kilometer sites the different trapping locations. You can see it here. These are the trapping sites for the pen traps. This is the transect here in the middle. That's more or less how it looks like in an ideal world. For example, if you go here at Berchtesgaden in the Alpine setting, it's very hard to accommodate 1 square kilometer because you have to go up and down and all this kind of, it's very complicated. So we have to find ways how to adjust this scheme also to, let's say, settings which are a bit different from Netherlands or UK or Northern Germany. So where you have more mountain areas, it's quite difficult to really do it in this way. And this is the preparation of the traps. We have tried to standardize this across Europe, send out the materials, all this kind of nitty-gritty details, which is a lot of work in the preparation, in ordering the material and sending it, and there's a lot of work to establish it, a lot of work to run the traps and empty the traps. All this work has to be, let's say, quantified, so we have to know how much effort it means in terms of time, but also how much effort it means in terms of money, to get a complete overview on how much we have to invest if we want to run these schemes. The aim in the end is, of course, to initiate or to, let's say, have this long-term establishment of this scheme across all EU countries, funded by the national authorities, which is a high aim. It's very difficult, I guess. But if you have some good examples, we might just simply use examples to make the other countries also, let's say, going in the same direction. That's the long-term aim. It's very important to have this, and it's very hard to get there. And we have divided for the MVS Europe into some 7 areas or 7 regions, which are always coordinated by one partner. So for example, if you take Central Europe, that's the one here, Austria, Germany, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Poland. That's something we are in charge of, for example, to establish the MVS. We made some progress within our own country, Germany, which is not so easy, because Germany is a kind of small European Union. We have 16 lenders, and it's quite complicated to get everybody on board and to get things standardized. We are starting in Poland next year. We have some good contacts with the Czech Republic. It works quite nicely. Slovakia is also in development right now. And with Austria, we have to find solutions. I talked to Daniela already a while ago about this topic there. But Austria has a funding now for butterfly monitoring, also for bee monitoring, just starting next year. So let's see how we can really integrate this also into the spring approach. So that's how we divided Europe for the purpose of this spring project. And you mentioned Bulgaria before, this link to Greece, but I think the Greek colleagues started with Greece first and try to go on to Bulgaria next year. That's as far as I know it at the moment. These are the sites we had in the MVS state of March this year. We use larger dots because then it looks much better if you have larger dots. But it just gives the impression that we are covering Europe to quite some extent already, so we are on a good way. Actually, what we are trying to do is having 10% of the sites which we had, let's say, recommended in the EUPOMS document, on which we make a trial for the first 2 years. So it's 10 times the number of sites which we are doing now, which will be the final approach for EUPOMS, the European Pollinator Monitoring Scheme. The other components, that's something Chris will talk about in a moment, the light traps and the complementary approaches, which I found quite interesting and very good addition, I would say. So it would be great to have this much more in more countries. We're doing it on a few countries now, I think 5 countries across Europe. And the one is the Malaise traps, which is trying to, let's say, make a comparison which parts of the pollinators you get with the Malaise trap approaches. And this is one of the examples here. It's also done in a few countries only. In Germany, we have now the sites which have integrated all the approaches, the MVS, the Malaise traps, and also the MOF sampling, at least in some sites, to have really the chance to compare different methods on the same site. So that's the entire temple once again. And the red ones, these are the spring pilots. So that's the MVS, then here's the MOFs, here's the Malaise traps, and some work also on flower visiting kind of things, observation of flower visitations, but it's kind of add-on somehow. That's the homepage, so spring-pollination.eu. And for example, here you can also find these documents, again, also links to many other publications which are relative in relation to our approaches. I guess that's it. Thank you very much. And there will be more on spring just now with Mark and with Chris and others. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sepp, and save up your questions for a little bit later in the session. And I'd very much like to welcome Mark van Neustadt from Naturalis.
Is there anyone?
And
yeah,
we need help.
Because I don't
yeah,
wait on
the presentation. Mark is a great addition to our network and works very closely with Christina and me. And it's really great to have the expertise and reach of Naturalis, which is a big organization, NGO, Natural History Institute in the Netherlands, and outreaches a lot to education resources as well as expertise on ecology and so on. So thank you very much for coming, Mark, and welcome to talk about the very exciting development of an EU Pollination Academy.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. Thank you for having me. Thank you for getting me to know the whole butterfly community. I have already met a lot of people from hoverflies, from bees, but it's very interesting to see how the different communities vary in their perspective, in the people who work there. So that's, for me, it's a great way to learn all the differences. This talk, so far I've worked a lot with the bees and hoverflies, so this talk will focus more on those groups. And what I'm really looking forward to is to find out how the butterflies will fit into this and how we can collaborate. We can learn a lot from you, from the butterfly community, and probably the other way around. There are things that we are building that the butterfly community can use for their further capacity building. So what I'm going to talk to you about is about the European Pollinator Academy, which is actually an idea that grew during the Spring Project because we were developing so many different activities surrounding the capacity building that we thought we need like a focal point to sell our program. So hence the European Pollinator Academy, which will be an online platform for taxonomic capacity building, where, as Joseph already said, taxonomic, take that with a grain of salt, because a large part of it is actually identification. Is this more or less clear to well, it's even worse, I think, than the original. But does anyone know what we're looking at here? It's this is the first picture of a black hole. And it's, well, in the original, it's a bit clear, but actually it's, you know, it's from 2019. It's a very iconic picture. But do you know how much it cost to take this picture? The budget that the different institutes had for this picture was 15 million, which is, of course, they're doing other things. But the main point is the physicists who made this picture with institutes from all over the world, from different continents, of course, they're not really interested in this picture. They're interested in the endless stream of data behind it and the physical background. However, they did manage somehow to convince all those different governments that it would be worth 50 million to take this picture, because that's what the governments are paying for. So they did that by building a huge collaborative infrastructure with all those different institutes. That's something that you with the butterfly community have also been doing, but I hope that Spring will be the next step to involve, to expand that to the other groups, to, for example, hoverflies and bees. So that's actually an important point that I want to make. A little bit of more context. So, as Joseph said, Spring is a pilot project. We had in 2021 the document by Potts explaining what the project should look like. Now we have Spring, which is a pilot, and the ultimate goal is to have a European pollinator monitoring scheme. Spring is really in the middle, it's like the focal point of a number of initiatives, among them Orbit for wild bees, Taxofly for hoverflies, butterfly conservation, Knowledge U, and then observation and IUCN Red List. So we're trying to combine those efforts into a cohesive package. It's all funded by the European Union, and so the ultimate goal is to have data for evidence-based policies. A very quick comparison between the butterfly scheme and the ponds. As my dots are a little bit smaller than Joseph, so here it's clear that we have less of them than you have. I think the main point here is that for our schemes we do both transects and pen traps, which means that we also need the capacity to have people doing transect walks and people identifying the specimens that come out of the pen traps. And so that brings me to the capacity building behind Spring. We have field workers doing transects and collecting the pen trap samples, who can be either citizen scientists or professionals. That depends, each country essentially can choose that on their own. And we have the taxonomists who identify the collected specimens. For both of those, we'll need, when ponds becomes a reality, we need quite a lot of people for that. So one of the aims of Spring is to build a course curriculum and to develop the supporting materials to make that possible. So we have a curriculum of 5 different taxonomic courses at different levels for both bees and hoverflies, and we're developing materials. And as I said, all those different activities, we want to bring them under one umbrella, which is the European Pollinator Academy. I put this picture here. This is a picture from a manuscript from around 1600, 1599 or something. Actually, a Dutch guy who made one of the first like natural history books with a very nice picture of butterflies in it. So we go back a long way in our tradition of sharing taxonomic knowledge. In a nutshell, the Pollinator Academy supports the building of the taxonomic capacity that is needed for ponds in a narrow sense, but of course we also think about protection of pollinators as our ultimate goal. If ponds works, but we don't meet our ultimate goal of improving the protection, then it's for nothing. So it will be at a European level. It will be a collaboration between all the different institutes, and it's open source, so it's meant to countries with more knowledge on some parts share their knowledge and expertise with countries that need it for the development of their program. So it's for specialists and by specialists and trainers. Well, this will look very familiar to you, I suppose. We're looking at a huge variation of countries. So species richness differs a lot between countries. In case of bees, we have 2,000 species of bees all over Europe. And in the Mediterranean countries, it runs up to 1,000 species, whereas in the northern countries, of course, we're only, it's a couple of hundred. The taxonomic resources that are available, for example, for bees differ widely between the different countries. But also the ability of people to use resources in the English language differ a lot. So what we're trying to do is to, for example, from those different perspectives, develop material that all the different countries will be able to use to set up to support their capacity building for ponds. We're also trying to think carefully about who will be the users of the Pollinator Academy. So we have members from the general public and citizen scientists, the people going into the fields. We have young professionals and advanced taxonomists who you could see are the people identifying the work that comes out of the pen traps. And we have our training program, so we have trainers, project managers, members who are involved actually in the education. So we're trying to cater for those different groups to make their work easier. So what we end up with is what I like to call blended learning, but not in the strict sense of online and in real life, but blended in many ways. So first of all, it's very important to mention that we support and do not replace the live trainings that are being given. We teach both knowledge and skills, running a transect, pinning specimens, etc. There's a lot of very practical skills that people need to learn in order to be able to do this work. We do online preparations. That's what the Pollinator Academy provides modules for, but classroom and fieldwork are always needed. And we try to follow a very explicit didactical approach, so we're helping our partners. Even, you know, we have trainers who are very good at taxonomy, but have rarely given a course. So we're actually reaching out to them to incorporate didactic principles and in that way improve the courses they're giving. So after all this talking, there is not yet a Pollinator Academy. We're working hard behind the scenes to have a first version. This is like a dummy of what it could look like. I put it in grays to make clear that it's just a general idea how we will have different taxonomic tools, knowledge databases, e-learning modules, and also a site for trainers. And as you see, bees and hoverflies, we have put down some tools. For butterflies and moth, it's still empty, but that's actually one of the things I would really like to get into a discussion with you about what you could need, what you could use this platform for. One thing about the future, the risk with a platform like this is that once the project ends, the budget stops and survival will be difficult. But I like to believe that the Pollinator Academy will be different because it has a few advantages over similar websites, which is first that within the Spring project and with all the activities going on, we have a growing and active and growing international partnership to build the website. But maybe even more important, we have a very specific goal, building the pollinator monitoring scheme, for which our partners will need the website, need the knowledge that's being shared there to set up their programs. So I think we make a good chance of making this work in the long term. And Naturalis has committed themselves to keep it in the air at least for the next 10 years. So I think we'll manage to build up a long-term website. Those are the partners so far in Spring Project, so yeah, to thank them. And what I would like to know from you in a later discussion here or one-to-one is how could butterflies fit into this Pollinator Academy in the scheme? What would you personally, as a coordinator of a national scheme, for example, what would you like to find there? Do you see opportunities for cross-pollination between the different taxonomic groups? Referring back to the black hole, I think the more people we work together with, the stronger we'll stand. I think policymakers are not interested whether we are talking bees or hoverflies or butterflies. They want simple, cohesive, comprehensive answers to base their policies on. So I think we'll be stronger if we manage to join forces, even at a next level. And I know lots of people here have built courses, have built content. So if you would like to share or to build new content, we'd like to invite you to talk to us, either to me or to Christina, who is coordinating this from the butterfly, from the European butterfly perspective. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. Brilliant, clear exposition. We now have a presentation from Simon Potts that's online. So Simon's from Reading University, well-known professor and researcher with a research team that does a lot of really relevant research on conservation, and he's been the chair of the EU Ponds Expert Working Group, and he's now chair of STIG, which is the sister, brother, whatever, to Spring, and it's looking at developing the EU pollinator indicator for evaluating the cap. So that's a really big and challenging political issue. There's a tiny little footnote in the cap regulations for 2023 onwards that refers to the development of this indicator, and that the community will use it to evaluate the cap in due course when it's ready. So Simon, hopefully coming online.
Thank you very much, Sue. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can't see you, but I can hear you very well. I didn't know you were actually there, and so welcome very much.
I've got my video on. Maybe I'll share screen. Hopefully that should come up. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. And apologies, I can't join you today. I'm just between trips. It's been amazing listening in to the meeting so far. It's an absolute inspiration to hear what the kind of the butterfly community, what you've achieved over previous decades, and recently It's absolutely fantastic. The reach and the depth of work being done is really amazing. And this is a real inspiration, I think, to the EU POMS, the EU Pollinator Monitoring Scheme, because it makes me confident that despite starting much later, we can do a really, really good job. And as Sue was indicating, it's going to be absolutely critical that this scheme is up and running already, probably by around 2026, which sounds a long way away, but it isn't at all, because of the legally binding targets we have emerging through legislation around pollinators to say by 2030 there will be a way of showing or testing to see whether member states have managed to reverse the decline in pollinators. So 2030, okay, that's a few years away, but we don't yet have a baseline. We don't have a fully functioning monitoring scheme for multiple taxa. We've made some really great progress. I mean, inspiration from eBMS, and we've heard from Joseph and from Mark about the Spring Project, which is a kind of key building block. But there are many other building blocks involved as well. And so what I'm going to try and do is show our kind of journey to date, where we are and what will be the next crucial steps. And also, how the butterfly community through eBMS, Butterfly Conservation Europe, and the national schemes and the volunteers, we need to work together for this kind of really exciting opportunity, which is coming in the near future. So I'm going to start in the beginning and rewind about 2 or 3 years now, and just kind of the state of play in terms of how the Commission and I think experts and NGOs viewed the issue around the broader kind of declines of pollinators. So substantial evidence and increasing evidence that there are major shifts in some pollinator groups. I think it's important to stress that. But with the big picture remaining very much unclear, maybe butterflies is the best example of the good quality knowledge we have. But for the majority of other taxa, how this varies across habitats and countries is still very patchy and very fragmented. And occurrence and diversity data being relatively good, we've heard a lot about this data already, but in terms of abundance data, seriously lacking, except maybe the exception again with butterflies in some cases, but for other pollinators, really a major gap, and needs to be addressed. And this was seen 3 or 4 years ago as the key priority, to have good quality species abundance data for a range of taxa. Many initiatives. We did a stock take 3 years ago, actually 4 years ago now, of the number of schemes and initiatives looking at monitoring pollinators or pollination. And just in Europe, there were more than 50, probably triple that across the globe. Many local and national ones, of course, the Butterfly Monitoring Scheme being probably the kind of flagship. But they use different methods, produce different measures, different indicators, different approaches, and quite fragmented in many ways. So there's a real need to kind of bring in a cohesive approach for standardization to deliver, let's say, robust indicators so we can really understand the status and trends of pollinators. And now that is legally binding, and member states will have to be able to demonstrate that by 2030. So the need for this design, standardization, ability to mobilize volunteer and professional communities, the need to build taxonomic resources. Mark made a fantastic case for that, and be able to do this for all member states and across the EU. So the first step on this journey was funded by DG Environment, as Sue introduced and Joseph also mentioned, this STING group, Science and Technology for Pollinating Insects. It was 20 experts drawn from 10 countries across the EU, closely working with the Joint Research Centre and the agency, the Environmental Agency, within the Commission, and also IUCN, to produce this report that's been mentioned several times. And this was based on the best available evidence at the time, so there was no field work involved in here. We looked at existing schemes, we did power analyses on different methods, we looked at pros and cons of monitoring different taxa in different ways, and we came up with our best kind of proposal. And this was all done during, sort of mainly during lockdown, so there's no fieldwork component. And it stands as, what has been adopted by member states as, the set of options that we need to refine and then have ready for this pollinator monitoring scheme in the next few years. Now it's great. You've seen this kind of temple that Joseph introduced, as we mentioned before. It's lovely to see that these slides are being circulated and recycled and improved by other people as well. And they finally come back to me. So apologies that you've seen this before, but I want to delve a little bit into the rationale for these approaches rather than details of the approaches themselves to give a bit of context. It's not easy to have a single method, obviously, to monitor multiple taxa. So we've got bumblebees, solitary bees, moths, hoverflies, other flies, in addition to butterflies. And so it was decided that we needed to have a modular approach in the short term to have a minimum viable scheme, which is methods that were kind of, let's say, already almost fit for purpose, ready to roll out. And as Joseph introduced, the key method is transects, standardized, area-based, and able to collect species abundance data for bumblebees, butterflies, a proportion of other bees, and also a proportion of hoverflies. And we need to push that up. We need to get a high proportion of those communities included. And as Seth mentioned, we also are using pan traps, specifically for solitary bees, because they are quite underrepresented or relatively uncommon on transects. So we get very few numbers. So in order to have enough replication and power to be able to detect changes, we need to have a complementary method, in this case, pan traps. Now, of course, it's an area-based approach, so it's difficult to derive direct abundance measures, but it does give very good insights into, let's say, community structure and diversity. And abundance and diversity are both specifically named as indicators needed in the legally binding targets under the nature restoration law. So it's not just occupancy, it's not just distribution, it's not just diversity, it's abundance as well. So that's been absolutely key. So in addition to these two methods, of course, we know, and it's the same for butterflies or any taxa, large-scale standardized methods are very unlikely to pick up enough observations of, let's say, very rare threatened or very localized species. Therefore, you need a kind of more complementary approach. So we're also developing this kind of rare and threatened species module, which will use species-specific methods, maybe targeting nesting sites or host plants or other resources where you can get experts to be able to rapidly assess, the status of these rare and threatened species. And of course, moths, I'm going to say very little about that. I know Chris is going to tell us much more about it, but again, has generally been underrepresented in pollinator surveying and research over previous decades, but now is really coming to the front. We have a great opportunity with standardized methods and new approaches to be able to include them in, but also needs some development before it's ready to be rolled out as part of a, let's say, a main scheme. And then finally, we have these three, which let's call them medium to longer term modules we'd like to include. One is a direct measure of pollination services. So we can monitor the status and changes of maybe, let's say, known crop and wild pollinators. We know quite a lot about which taxa they are, but that doesn't always equate directly into the pollination service itself. You need some specialized methods to do that, but they need quite substantial development. Similar with flower visitation, it would be great to have species level visitation and floral records that could tell us an awful lot about functions of ecosystems, and also this wider insect biodiversity approach that Joseph mentioned with Malaise traps. Again, all those three in yellow are on the cards. They are going to be developed and refined, but they're not kind of say ready for being rolled out in the short term. So there we have our kind of modular approach. And of course, with that first piece of work, we had a series of recommendations. We used the best available evidence and knowledge at the time, but those methods all need refining, some more than others. The indicators we propose need testing with real field data. An obvious message, we need to continue building our citizen science capacity, building our taxonomic capacity, both in terms of people and, digital and other resources. And of course, the costs of the scheme. So our initial estimate was 10 million euros for a startup across the whole of Europe, with each member state having an annual budget between a few tens of thousands of euros and up to maybe just over €1 million per year, depending on the size of the country and the number of sites. Sounds like a lot of money, but in putting into context, let's think about the value of kind of crop pollination. It's multiple billions in Europe, and all the other values, the intrinsic conservation value, the kind of, the cultural values of pollinators as well. So actually the cost of the scheme I think is quite trivial. And actually member states, despite initial kind of taking in a breath and slight shock, actually have come round and it's kind of more or less accepted this is the kind of scale of funding that will be required. And if we're going to have a legally binding target, member states will have to participate. They will have to monitor pollinators for the indicator. So a little bit of kind of context now. So we've heard about spring, we've heard about sting. I'd just like to kind of, increase the kind of like clarity of how all those fit together. So this expected timeline, and I saw that Mark also used this slide as well. So this design phase, that's complete. We have the report that covers that. We're now in this 2021 to 2025 piloting, which is picking up on the recommendations of the report. So that's the spring project, Butterfly Conservation Europe, all participating in that. We also have these two other projects, Orbit, which is focusing specifically on increasing taxonomic resources for bees, and its sibling project, Taxafly, that's doing the same for hoverflies. So those together are working, interacting, a lot of individuals are in multiple projects here. And of course, once that refinement and improvement goes ahead by 2026, and that's indicative, we will have these high quality species abundance data being delivered from the site network. We're probably looking at least 2,000 sites across Europe, so it's a big undertaking. Standardized methods, and then these two indicators that Sue very kindly mentioned. The first will be a general indicator. So it's like, how are pollinators doing? And it's across multiple taxa, and it'll have to have a diversity and an abundance component. And that will be basically the test to see if member states have reversed the decline by 2030. So that's a biggie. The second one is a cap indicator. So whether that will be, let's say, compulsory, or it might be a voluntary or opt-in version is unclear to me. I know in legislation, there's quite a lot of work to do on that. It may not be something that's obligatory. I would hope it would be, because that will really tell us about the effectiveness of cap measures. And CAP's such an important instrument in terms of supporting pollinator and wider biodiversity and habitats. Wouldn't it be fantastic if that was a core indicator to really show what CAP measures are effective and how good are member states at using those measures to support pollinators? We shall see. Watch the legislation process closely over the next 2 to 3 years. So the STING group has been involved in all of this, driving the first report, which is great. I chaired that group. It's involved in spring. Many of the members are also involved in butterfly conservation activities across Europe. And of course, the group is also now driving the refinement to deliver this final kind of scheme, which by 2026 should be ready and rolled out in, let's say, all member states, but even some member states we expect to go even earlier than that with the full scheme. So the group itself, again, it's 26 experts drawn from Europe, real leaders in their fields. Again, deep integration with the Commission. It's funded by DG Environment, but it will need to work with DG Agri on the CAP issues. We need to work with eBMS. We need to work with member states. We need to work with Horizon projects. This is a genuine team effort if we're going to make this really, really work. And then just briefly to outline, moving ahead, what do we need to do to be ready for 2026? Well, it's about fine-tuning and implementing, what Spring and other projects have done. We need to update the power analysis. We really need to be able to say how many sites per member state, how many transects and pan traps, and how many times through the season do we need to do that to be sure we can detect changes at the level needed to drive the indicator. The burden on the volunteer community, let's say it's increasing, the demands are great, the community is growing, but whether the supply and demand of volunteers and citizen scientists is meeting is a good question. And like for butterflies, EU POMs will be involving many volunteers. We want to empower them and enable them using emerging technologies, whether it's digital identification and apps, or maybe things like pan-trap contents can be identified through meta-barcoding. We need to explore these. It's not going to happen in the near term, in the next 1 to 2 years, but maybe 4 or 5 years down the line, we can make it more efficient and cost-effective to do this monitoring. We need to have an eye on genomic level monitoring. Lots of evidence suggesting this is super important and it's often overlooked. If we're, got these schemes where we're collecting a wide range of pollinators, can we get an understanding of the changes in genomic level as well as the species level? Cost estimates, that's always a big thing. This is the major pushback initially, although most member states seem to be reasonably comfortable with the expected costs. But of course, we need to review those. All costs are going up because of Ukraine and the global economic crisis, but it has to be costed and it has to be done and it has to be good value. So I mentioned the rare and threatened species module is just starting to be developed now. That's super important to complement the standardized work. And not only do we want to understand the status and trends, it's super important we understand the causes and the drivers. And there are many schemes like MBAL and LUCAS which are monitoring, let's say, land use change and some pressures on biodiversity and environment across Europe. We want to try and link into these so we can really attribute changes in pollinator biodiversity to those pressures, and then we can be smarter about the interventions and responses we need to combat those. Citizen science, we need to be deeply engaged with all the major actors in this development phase. We need to have an app. We need to think exactly how that works. There are many apps out there. Do we build upon them or do we come up with something new? And again, of course, we need to make strong recommendations to keep the building of taxonomic expertise for all taxa, butterflies, bees, hoverflies, and other taxa. Second final task is around indicator development. So as I mentioned, this general indicator, we need to test it. We need to make sure it's robust, because in the end, if a member state was to fail to meet its legally binding target, maybe one of the first things they do would be to criticize either the methods or the indicator and say, well, actually, it's not quite right. It's not fit for purpose. And therefore, it's not legally binding that we failed to meet, our challenge to reverse pollinate decline. All of this needs to be scientifically and technically the best standard, needs to be defendable and robust. So we're going to do a lot of testing. We're going to use the real data from the Spring project. And we're going to think about what basket of species we will use in that indicator, because there's 2,000 species of bees in Europe, there's over 1,000 hoverflies, there's many thousands of flies and all the others. We can't do everything, but we need to be sure we've got the right representation. And for the CAP indicator, we need to look at best practice from, say, what the birds have been doing. And we need to think about a very specific design. So we probably can't just use the standardized design, let's say a random allocation of sites, or let's say stratified random, because if we're going to test CAP measures, look at whether they're really impacting on pollinators, we will need to select sites in a very careful and smart way so we can actually test that. So there's a whole kind of design and probably, let's say, an additional set of sites that member states will need to run surveys on to be able to answer that question and then contribute to a CAP impact indicator. And the final bit of the kind of STING group is going to be all about data dissemination and management. It's been mentioned several times already today. Butterfly community, you've done an amazing job so far, and we look to you very much for inspiration on how to do this and what is good practices. The EU POMS data will be made accessible ultimately to the public. Of course, it needs to be used by the member states and the Commission to develop the indicators. It needs to be made available to researchers, scientists, and to NGOs as well. We need to find a really smart way to do all of that. So we need data management, storage and access plans. We need to work closely with the Commission. And of course, we need to harmonise all of this data as well. So it's going to be a huge amount of data coming out. But again, this is what we're going to plan out and come up with a package to do this in tandem with the methods and in tandem with the indicators. So that was my last slide. It's an incredibly exciting time. I mean, the opportunity to actually have a regional level monitoring scheme that covers all pollinators is amazing. I couldn't even dream that 10 years ago. The fact it's coupled to legally binding targets is amazing. I mean, I was on a conference call yesterday with colleagues from the States, and there was like utter disbelief in their faces. They couldn't believe that this is what we're doing, because it's a huge thing and it's a really big signal to the world, actually. We're going to do this, we're going to do it really well. We're going to have legally binding targets. Let's tune in 2030 and see how many member states genuinely reverse the decline of pollinators by then. So I'll stop there, and I'll thank you ever so much for the invitation to come and talk today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Simon. It's it's been great to have your presentation and to work with you. It's very inspiring. I think it's a two-way learning process, and the complementarity that we can build is very important. So thank you very much, and thank you to your team too. And I open the floor to questions. We've got 10 minutes or so, 5 minutes now. Anyone wish to ask a clarifying question or add something? Okay, I think Miguel.
You have to walk.
Oh, I have to walk. Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just wondering, and I wanted to ask, well, probably all the speakers, a question that is, why didn't you include Coleoptera beetles in your approach? Because at least from my experience in Spain, beetles are quite important pollinators. So I think I realized that they are difficult, and probably you have good reasons to exclude them. But well, this is a general question. Thank you.
Thanks, Miguel. Simon?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a brilliant question, Miguel, and absolutely in the longer term we must include these other understudied groups. So I'm very familiar working in the Mediterranean. These beetles, especially important to pollinate some of the red bowl-shaped flowers, they have important ecological roles. We had to start somewhere, and we know butterflies is the front runner, and we've worked on bees, first bumblebees, then solitary bees and hoverflies, moving to moths. I think there are great opportunities potentially using pan traps and other methods to be able to sample the beetle community. I think one of the issues that's come up is that, you know, it's a relatively low proportion of beetles are known pollinators, so we still don't know which beetles are. However, we will be considering them in the STING group, and we will be making recommendations for, let's say, some bespoke work to develop the methods, to develop the identification approaches, to be able to feed that in as a future part. The Malaise traps maybe will capture some proportion also of the beetle community, but again, there's big challenges of pulling that out from the wide species mix. So they're definitely on our minds. We definitely will be recommended they be developed as part of a future module, but in the short term, unfortunately, not yet. And maybe maybe even Mark or Joseph would like to add to that.
Thank you very much, Simon. Matthias. Matthew. Is this about spin?
Thank you. I have a rather practical question. Maybe some can share your experience about that. We experimented this year a bit with including bumblebees counting into our transects. And actually all of my recorders find it difficult to share their attention between butterflies and bumblebees during the count. And some even go as far as they say it's not possible to do it both simultaneously. But I know some of you did that earlier, so I would like to hear a bit about the experience, how that develops, if there's a future for this approach, doing it. I think so, but yeah, please let me know about your experiences. And connected to that, also what kind of units do you use as morphospecies that you can record in the field, as bumblebees in some places difficult to distinguish on the species level? Thanks, Chris.
Yes, in the Netherlands we do bumblebee monitoring next to the butterfly monitoring already since 2018. Of course, in our case we have a very simple system, so most of the recorders only record bumblebee spec. This is to give us an idea about the development of the pollinator bumblebee in general. Only a selection of the people go to species level. They have to do show that they can identify all the species. Of course, the Netherlands is relatively simple compared to other parts of Europe. So we do this together with the European Invertebrate Survey, Netherlands, who deal with the bumblebee monitoring. About the total numbers, yeah, that can be a problem, especially in June or beginning of July. Most people I know at the moment have decided to walk up counting butterflies and walk back counting bumblebees. That's probably the most efficient solution to your indeed your problem with the big numbers. So that's how most people at the end do it. Most of our transits are shorter than 1 kilometer, so that's also doable. So that's the solution. And so we do it already for the fourth year. And so we have about 360, I think, last year transects where bumblebees were counted, and about 30 of them go to species level. And then in Luxembourg, so maybe Xavier, yeah, I know he has also some experience.
Yes, in Luxembourg, so I speak in the name of Sarah, that my colleague Sarah that is not there, but she's there online, sorry. Sarah, perhaps you could explain yourself the issue, if technically it works.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
Yes? Okay. So yes, hello everyone. So yes, in Luxembourg we started the bumblebee transect in 2019, and indeed it's sometimes difficult to count bumblebees and butterflies at the same time. So we decided to either walk twice the transect, either do separate sections. So we have one transect with two types of sections, one type for butterflies and one type for bumblebees. So that's what we do. And for the identification, we created more for groups specific to Luxembourg, and it could also work for Belgium and maybe the Netherlands. And so we are working with groups of similar species. It's the easiest way we found, because to the species level, for some of species, it's almost impossible on the field. So yeah, that's the solution we found. Thank you.
But of course, those morphospecies groups have to be changed because, as you say, some species, same species can look very differently from different parts of Europe. So
yes,
it has to be discussed.
Thanks very much, Sarah and Xavier. And it's very nice to see people online. We haven't welcomed you, but thank you.
Thank you, Sue. As to add from the spring perspective, we also recommend a separate.
Well, I'll continue talking.
It's a small bit. Oh, there we are again. So we also recommend a separate walk for butterflies from bees and hoverflies. And second, we also developed different morpho groups. In our case, it's a very simple system of only 5, but that should work all over Europe instead of just like the Benelux countries.
Thanks, Mark. Has anyone else got any other questions or comments for Simon? No? Okay. We have one question at the front from Cyprus for Joseph. And if anyone else has any comments or questions for any of the other speakers, that would be great.
Okay, thank you so much for all the presentations. They were very informative. Professor Joseph explained us a little bit about Spring Project. And as far as I understood, there will be some pilot sites for within this project. I just wondered if Cyprus has pilot sites within this project. I just like to learn. Thank you.
So we are trying to develop this. There is contact here to Cyprus, but it's not yet started. So please stay in touch with us just to make all this linkage unnecessary. It's a slower process, but it's kind of a continuous one at least. So it's going in the right direction. Maybe not with the ideal speed, but it's a positive trend. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Joseph. So keep in touch. And now, thank you very much. We appreciated your. And now we welcome Chris, who is, I think, known to everybody in the room. Chris is our rock. He does all the science, and who is an incredibly quick turnaround with any questions, and is absolutely fundamental to BCE. So this is our indicator expert as well as doing everything else practically about butterflies together with Irma.
I do the moth one.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, completely forgot to already start with the. We should now be going. Thanks. Okay. So we're going to talk about moth monitoring. It's not just me doing this. It's also my colleague Yuri van Dijk and of course many others who help in setting up moth monitoring. So it's in part of the spring project. So it's a test year or a test 2 years in which we try to develop how we can set up moth monitoring over the whole of Europe. So in this spring project, we have as this called task 4.1, and we actually are testing lead buckets, as we call them. These are relatively cheap and not very powerful traps. So they mostly attract very local moths in the surrounding compared to, I mean, sometimes we all know, I guess many of you have once visited a moth with a sheet or whatever, and a big lamp of 250 or even 400 watts. That's a completely different ball game than this. This attracts much less moths. But the great thing is, of course, that it automatically switches on and off, and it's not very notable. So you can leave them somewhere in the field, and you can do the same thing every day because it's all standardized. The lamp is standardized, and every day the same thing happens. And that's important for monitoring. We have to know that the trap runs all night and not just people with a sheet go home at 2 o'clock or something like that. And then this will all cause a lot of differences between the counts. So we try to standardize it as much as possible. So we try to get more an idea about the field work which has to be done. How precise are the traps? What are the differences between the traps? And try them in a few countries. So we have tested in the Netherlands, in Germany, Sweden, Spain, Hungary, and we all do 5 series of 5 traps, 12 times a year at least. And the important part is also that we try to get as many photos as possible, because at the end they feed into the automatic image recognition of Naturalis, which many of you may know from the Ops Identify app, which is also available for smartphones and things like that. So we have these are the test sites in Europe, and where if you zoom in, you see that there are always 5 traps close to each other, so we can see the differences between the traps. Are sites in Sweden and sites in Hungary. So it's important. Why is it important to monitor these moths? So many of you will know, of course, already that we have at least 3,000, I think 3,200 species now feed into the red list of moths that we are making. So that the use of traps makes it possible to standardize. It's important to note that we do the test with lead buckets, but that does not have to be the standard. The idea is that you have the same trap in the same place every year. So there can be a trap, a completely different trap in your garden, as long as you leave it on all night, so that you trap because not all the moths fly at the same time. Some moths fly in the second half of the night, some others in the first part of the night. So they can be different. That they should not have to be the same. But the advantage of a lead bucket is that you can put them anywhere because they run on a power bank, which is a very simple system. Important also is that at least in Northwestern Europe, the automatic image recognition works so good that the traps can practically be deployed by anyone. You don't have to be a moth expert. Which is a big difference even to the butterflies, where you at least have to be able to recognize the species on your transect. For moths in Northwestern Europe, that's not needed at the moment. I'll show some more examples later on. Of course, in other parts of Europe, we have not reached that system yet. It needs simply, these systems need a lot of data, a lot of photos, which are validated. And that's what we hope to get to expand, so that at least in the countries where we are trying out the trap, so Spain, Sweden, Hungary, at the end, Germany, we'll have also working AI. That's one of the things I hope we'll manage. So there is a website where people can put the moth trap details and which type of lamp you have, because like I said, you don't have to use the LED strips. There is the app. This is actually simply the butterfly count app that many of you might have used either for your transect, your butterfly transect, or for the 50-minute counts. Well, a long push on the plus brings you to the moth part, the moth trap system. The idea is that you, as soon as you make a photo, there is a big button for a photo. The system, if you have internet connection, will try to ID the photo. And you can so relatively quickly make photos of all the moths in the trap, and the system will automatically try to ID them and put them at the right species. And it's always a miracle to see it happening the first time. Like I said, there will be big parts of Europe where the system is not perfect yet, but that's what we are working on. This is a project to get this going. So please, the more people who help out in this system, the further the system will develop, the more it will be possible to monitor moths in Europe. The funny thing is actually that moth monitoring is one of the best thing, how to say, image recognition on moths works much better than on, for example, butterflies or dragonflies. That is probably because moths are almost always in the same position, which makes it relatively simple for this black box, which the AI is, to recognize them. So you can simply start that way. I'll show some of the results for the Dutch situation. We did Dutch testing in an airport base. That's of course very convenient for us because it's very well protected, so nobody can mess up with our traps, which helps. And of course it's also fenced, so we also don't have too much deer and other and wild pigs roaming around our traps. So we have them in 4 or 5 different habitats: heathland, nurture-rich, grassland, scrubland, poor grassland, and woodland. So in this testing phase, we put 5 traps behind each other. This was in early spring. This is the same place later on. It's hard to see the traps again, but still they are there, or here on the heathland, the row of traps, or in the woodland. So that's what we are testing at the moment. You can see, for example, the number of species. You already see that the difference between the traps is not very big, but the woodland is clearly the richest, at least on this site. But even there you can see that the number of species and the number of moths differs on a relatively short distance. Some traps simply seem to attract more than others, and it's very unclear often why that is. So if you look at the total numbers, you see that at least in this area, the woodland is by far the richest site compared to the others. Well, that's some of the things you find out. Also, the fluctuation through the year we can look at. And we see that again, the woodland, of course, has most, this is the mean number of butterflies per count, per trap. We can see that at least on this side, the woodland is by far the best one. It's also interesting to see that heathland is especially good in the late summer. Actually, for butterflies, it's also so that species like Hipparchus semele fly on this side in the late summer. So then it's apparently a very good area. It's also when the heather blooms. Looking over the whole of Europe, at least so for the 5 countries which are joining in, you can see that there are quite a, these are the species which have been counted the most per country. It just gives a rough overview, but one of the interesting things is that many of these high numbers just occur in one country. So apparently there are big differences between the several countries. There are a few species which are more widespread, but many of them aren't. You can also again look at the mean number of moths per count, per trap, and then we see the Netherlands is this green dot. That's what I showed you in more detail. You can see that we're a very poor country regarding the moths. But we also see that the numbers in countries like Hungary and Spain are very much higher, even to the point that it got really a lot of work and difficult to count all the moths inside. So this is also an experience. Another experience, for example, in Sweden, where Lars reported that if you go too far to the north, there is too much light during the night, and actually the traps don't work very well. So we probably will have to get to other trap types further north. These are all experience that we have from this project. I will also show a short power analysis we did on Dutch butterfly monitoring, moth monitoring data, and we used, in this case, the data that we collected by farmers. So in the Netherlands, we have this project where farmers use these LED buckets to monitor moths every 2 weeks. They put out 3 traps, one on a regular field like this, one on the side where some nature management is going on, and one on their own in their garden, so we can have a look at the differences between those sites. They are relatively well scattered over the country. And one of the nice things that we saw that we need about, so we looked at the number of moths and at the biomass. And in both cases, we need something like 120 sites where they are monitored to get a good view on the development of the biomass. This was all actually, of course, instigated by the famous paper by Hallmann et al., who showed that 75% decline of biomass of insects in Germany. That was actually the reason why biomass is also part of this graph. The Dutch butterfly monitoring scheme is now growing very quickly. So we have 1,000 sites in 2022. So you can see that the project started more or less in 2018 or 19. We tried to get some people already did moth trapping on a regular basis. We also found some old data back to 2013, but the real start was then. So it gives us the opportunity to do the same way as for butterflies. We can look at the first trends, like this species which is in decline. Of course, there are also species increasing, although with quite big fluctuations, but that's all things we are learning. It's more or less the same as with butterflies. Of course, also this micro moth actually, which shows can be a pest in certain countries, or this oak processionary moth, which shows actually huge fluctuations. The last years have been relatively quiet, but it has been in big numbers before. Actually, the moth is very beautiful. For that. Everybody's so focused on the caterpillars, which I understand. So there are a lot of papers now showing also the importance of moths as pollinators. So there are quite a few papers now out showing that how important they are. And I think as BCE, Butterfly Conservation Europe, we're also very much dedicated to moths and to moth monitoring. So I think it's a very valuable addition. A very short overview of the problems we had. We had both normal traps can catch much more, and we had the remark, too many moths to deal with. I think we should find ways to deal with that. In some countries, you want a relatively a light which is not very strong, so you don't attract too much. In other countries, we probably need stronger lamps, simply because either there is more light or there are other problems, or there are not so many moths. You have to. At the end, we hope that most of the things, traps are run by volunteers, so it has to be fun. You have to find something in your trap regularly, otherwise you simply stop. So we did some extra field work in 23. So we have good insight in the amount of traps we need. We do it by volunteers in the Netherlands already. The farmers are a very important addition. Remember that the farmers have no idea. Well, they learn, but at the beginning they had no idea, and we purely could use their data because of the image recognition of Naturalis. So that's an important thing. It made possible for us to extend moth monitoring all over the countryside, even at places where people had no knowledge about the moths. I think, like every monitoring, it's very important that you have national or regional coordination. Any trap can join. So any one of you who has a trap can join in the European moth monitoring already. So the spring is to test many things, but if you have a trap running and you enter the data either over the website or over the app, it will help already in us learning and expanding moth monitoring over Europe. Image recognition, like I said, it will work very well in Northwestern Europe. It will not work so good in other parts, but the more images you upload, the better it will get. So personally, I think that moths are one of the best species groups to monitor, biodiversity, and I hope many of you will consider now also to take up moth monitoring either in your country or on another way in your garden is also possible. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Chris. And as a complete amateur on moth monitoring, I can confirm it's really, really easy and it's fun. So do it. And the farmers that Chris has so ably invited also are good ambassadors for this moth monitoring. So we should consider how to promote it and to help Naturalis improve the image library, because that's the key. And it's fantastic when you get 40 moths and 38 of them are identified to 100% or 50%, and then, you know, they go somewhere into the ether and someone sometime validates them, and that's great.
Yeah.
So any questions to Chris? Yes, we have Dirk and Denek.
Thank you, Chris. I have a short question. Some countries already have their own system to put data in a database. So like, you know, widening.be, observations.be. There are millions of pictures of moths already there. So I don't think Belgium will change to this new system, because we are used to using our existing system since 2008 or earlier. So I wanted to ask if the data that are available in other databases such as Observado, iNaturalist, are going to be used together with the pictures to improve the system that Naturalis is building. So maybe Mark or you can answer this question. Thank you.
Well, I think the AI runs on everything which is on the observation or database. And as far as I know, all the Flemish data is in, so that's relatively simple. Maybe Adam Mark or David, as we have.
I'll go first, David. So what we're doing within the context of Spring actually is we're reaching out to a number of countries to have new validators. That's something I'd like to talk to you about because it's really the bottleneck in the whole system. At the same time, Naturalis is developing the database for the image recognition, which has been mainly based on the Netherlands and Belgium. And this year we're reaching out to Scandinavia to collect their data and incorporate them, and that's expanding. So there's a movement going on there. And if you're aware of other databases, there are of course some technical requirements, but that could be done.
Yeah, I was going to make the same point as Mark, is that there's an initiative to join forces to build a European model for image classification, not just for moths, but across species groups. So Naturalis are reaching out to national portals, mainly Scandinavia and the UK at the moment, but if your national portals with big image collections are interested in joining, then yeah, speak to Mark or me and I'll put you in contact with Vincent Kaufman at Naturalis, who's leading this. It makes sense to only build this once, I think.
As last regard to your question on the database, yeah, well, we have not thought about that so far, but I can imagine when I look at Rita that it could also be something like the butterfly scheme, in which there is a central system which new groups, new countries can easily join. Some will have their own system, like system already running, so we're not leaving that. Well, in Flanders you have your own system, that's not the issue. In that case, a regular update to the central other system will then work the same way as with Butterfly. But we have not made any things on that. I can imagine. Sorry.
Unfortunately, I have three questions in one. But one of them I don't need to answer because this is just going, we are missing insight. The second question is how this artificial intelligence do with the species which are difficult to identify when you need the dissection and so on. These are very species-rich groups like Eupithecia, and so on. The species looks the same, but there is very strongly different distribution in the requirements, in the conservation status and so on. So I think it would be quite interesting to see this. And my last question is a comment, because I think that in every European country there is some pest monitoring scheme. At least in our country, we have about 20 stations which are monitoring some quarantine species of moths, and they have just Robinson trapping, which they use every day, every year. They are just searching for a few quarantine species, and then they are throwing away all the rest. So we are trying to train them in our country to catch everything and to provide us the data. But I think that this should be possible everywhere in Europe as well, because other countries, they should have these pest monitoring schemes as well.
On the first question, well, I think that well, anyway, I have species complexes which are unidentifiable species groups. 2 or 3 species might be impossible to do, I think. Many of them are also very difficult on by experts even, without dissecting them. Well, that's not the main thing here, so we will draw already species complexes, and I guess that will do it. Secondly, I think there will be lots of data around, I agree, but we are more in the, at this moment, more in the phase of testing this system. And we are also hoping to get many volunteers to join, because I think in the long run that's a more viable system. But we will anyway, any data is welcome.
I saw one of your pictures. You showed around the airport. You showed the traps, one of the 5 trap series, and that was closer than the recommendation.
Yeah. Well, in theory, I think that might be an optical delusion because they are at the right distances. Afterwards, but it was as most of the protocol we did. But maybe it was something that was close. Trying to follow that. Okay. Any other? Well, it's the last.
Yeah, first a comment. The app is quite good at flagging species complexes, so it actually flags that, so it doesn't suggest something unless it is a good reason for doing so. So that's what I think. But then I just want to reiterate the need for some option to override the suggestions or to report and flag identification by the software when you see that it's missing. Yeah, if you do the same with the Norwegian app that is quite good in northern Sweden, then you quite often get mushrooms when it doesn't know things. So, I mean, it's good to be able to override stuff and to report that back to Naturalis. So we really need a way of doing that in that.
You need a flag which you can flag in that, not there.
Yeah.
In there.
And possibly suggest the species instead.
Yeah.
Mark has been listening. I want to report to the people who do it. Yeah.
We'll get in touch later.
I think this.
Also, it would be nice to get that person to do something.
I think the app already tells you. If you go onto the species, it tells you 50%, 100%. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's been a really informative and exciting session, and I think it will be great to do lots more moth monitoring and encourage our volunteers to do that and involve their friends and relatives. So it's lunchtime, I think. Martin, as a quick...
Yeah. Just to remind you about the programme, really. So we have lunch now, but then at 2 o'clock, those that want to can come for a walk. We just walk maybe around the river and take about an hour just to get some fresh air, see the beautiful river here and the church and so on. But we need to be back here at 3 o'clock. So whatever you do in that time, make sure you're back here to 3 o'clock because we have some workshops. We need your attention. So thank you very much. Thank you for the speakers this morning. Wonderful session.
Then we discussed a little bit about students. We get in touch with students, but they are not so reliable. So one, yeah, they come and go. So yeah, it's not. You have to be honest. Maybe one of the options could be to get into the curriculum of the universities, because most of these universities have like a part of a practical course that they're obligated to do. And maybe for a university to have their own transect somehow. And of course, what could be the motivation for our volunteers? So one of the things is when you walk a transect for some time, you see the changes. So that could be one of the motivation for also other people. Other is community. So when you are in a group of people that share maybe same things, that could be also one of the things. And also one a little bit is affection. So we don't want people to get too affected, I guess, to the transects, but to see actually the results of your walks and your result. Okay, you publish a report every year and say, that's my dot, or that's my species I've seen, or something like that. I cover the. Oh yeah, it's more or less. Thank you. Okay, so just discussing about the volunteer recruitment and feedback, we move to methodology. The German speakers group, we put them all together, all the Germans. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we were speaking German, so I'll keep everything relaxed. But for you, I'm going to change to English now. We decided to talk about methodology, and one of the questions was how to decide when to start and when to stop transit counts, how often to count, and in case you don't have too much time to count, how to spread it over the length of a summer. And there should be a minimum number of counts. And as far as we know now is when you want to have good data on abundances, then it should be within the flight period of a certain species. So it is better that when you cannot count too often, that you go for frequent counts within a short period of time and then leave a longer period of time open and then maybe another short period of time with frequent counts. However, of course, it depends a little bit on the question because there are also transit counts in kinds of jobs where an inventory of species is the question. So then in the end, it's a yes or no answer, and then you get better results when you count in longer intervals, but frequently over a longer period of time. So, so we should give some information over adjustments to measure special species, because like when you want to count Matona, then Matona has the habit not to fly within our magic box, but outside. So certain species just require some adaptations in the methodology that should be allowed. Within the flight period, at least 3 to 4 counts should be done for a certain species. And another thing that we thought was important to think about is, especially when you count for a certain rare species, like the additional transit count system in Switzerland, then it's very important to have some information about the phenology of the species. And then it's important to get to know when your species will start flying. And so, because the volunteer should be aware of that, like now it's the moment to get started and do your counts, not be too late. And the question is then how to realize that. And one of the ideas was to monitor the portals like Aportalen or observation.org or whatever, waiting for the first record on these portals, which is kind of difficult with rare species that you don't want everyone to know about. So then WhatsApp groups and social media and things like that within your own group are better. And just a question to the people at CEH, David Reto. We would love to have an additional tool in the app that tells people when a certain flight period starts. And we are aware of all the problems with the mountains and the flexible starts of flight periods, but we think it would be really valuable to think about something like that. Okay, we move to volunteers. Yes.
Well, I just well, we discussed quite a lot about volunteers, but then just a few minutes something about data. So I will also tell you. First of all, we were talking about recruitment and retention, and there's 4 points we raised. First, we thought it was quite important to have an NGO that more or less supported the BMS system in its country, and then probably this NGO can organize in some way national and also regional meetings. We thought meetings are important for volunteers because they put together the people and they provide quite an important exchange. Maybe you can use them as an annual gathering or also for training and recruitment. We also talked about rewards, so we were coincident with the group of Martina. The second thing is that we should have a website. This is important for volunteers. In the website, they can probably find tools, for example, for identification, for communication among people. And also the website can show results, and that's important as well for volunteers because they see the fruit of their work, okay? The third thing is social media. Probably this is not interesting for everybody, but it can be particularly interesting for young people. And probably it's also a question of not only having one social media. For example, Facebook is more for old people, Instagram more for young people. So maybe considering having several of those. And the fourth thing is using retired people. So we are also coincident with them because these people have a lot of time and probably it's interesting to have these people around. We also made some comment about how to create a European community. It might be important to have European meetings and also meetings at the regional level. For example, people in the Iberian Peninsula or Spanish-speaking or German-speaking countries. So that's also quite important. And then, feedback is important. I mean, feedback, I think feedback is important not only for creating a European community, but also for volunteers, as I have already told you. Some feedback should be showing global results, and this can be done through the website, for example. So this is important. Shall I? Is that okay, or I say something about data? Yeah. Regarding data, we just gathered some ideas. We thought it could be important to be able to gather data in Excel files and then feed that data into the application, or at least the database that Rito runs. All the people in the table were already inside the eBMS system or were willing to do so. So, France is thinking about it. So this is probably another tool that is interesting to make it easier to gather. I mean, to put data together, because if we are all in the application, in the European application, it would be easier to gather data. And the other thing is that it's important that the eBMS application has shows outputs that are friendly for volunteers in some way. So that's not much.
Okay, so now we move to data, I think, or?
Well, we covered volunteers and we looked at a bit at methodology. So we did two things. So I think a lot of the points have been covered again already with volunteers. But we kind of really talked at two or three different types of ways of recruitment. So one is obviously face-to-face. We all know it's very important, because it's not only a good way of recruiting people, because you can talk to them about their interests, where they live, could they do this, if they're interested, so on, I could help you. All these things you only really do face-to-face. So there was an idea of maybe having kind of like a butterfly day where an expert took you out in the field, you could see some butterflies, learn something, and then maybe that person could get, or some of the people that come on this visit would be motivated enough to do some counting. So that was one idea. Other idea was like if you have like a local meeting just to explain what butterflies were in the area, on the reserve, in this park, or something like that. So people to find about their local area, that they would come along, they would hear some information, you would gather some names, and then maybe something and find out if any of them would actually then help out doing some reporting and monitoring. Then we had the idea of linking with other groups, so maybe this will happen under spring quite a lot, I guess, so that, you know, some areas there might be another group of people recording bumblebees, and they might also help count some butterflies, and of course it might work the other way around. Some people that monitor butterflies might also count bumblebees, maybe on a return journey or something. So I think that's a nice outcome of maybe spring, would be more ideas of how these groups can work together. And I know there's some people bird life here with the bird people in the UK at least very often turn their hand to either monitoring moths, for example, or butterflies, because in the summer the birds stop singing and there's not so much interest. So, you know, links with these other groups I think can be very good. Then we talked about social media, where it can be covered, you know, Facebook, Instagram, and so on. But one nice idea I thought was, you know, streaming live events. So, of course, it might seem a bit odd, you know, but if you're opening a moth trap, you might have 3 or 4 people come to have a look at your moth trap or something. But if you put it on YouTube, you might actually, over a period of time, get a bit bigger audience. Or even you could walk a transect and just video it and then put that on a YouTube channel. We could promote it through social media, and then people can kind of get a more hands-on, real-life experience of what they might do if they got involved. So I thought that was a nice idea. Of course, you can do, I mean, to support all these events, you can just do publicity. So, you know, get things in the newspaper, stories, on the radio and so on. And that can be a way of motivating people to, you know, so if you say this butterfly is under threat in this area, it's on the newspapers, and you say if you want to have a get contact with this person. So that's a way of recruiting people. And of course, key messages is important to motivate people. And so I think a lot of awareness of pollinators at the moment is a lot of people are aware of the decline of pollinators. So we should use that as a way of inspiring people to get involved. Of course, you know, butterflies are just a subset of pollinators, but it could be to help in their particular way. So key messages, yeah, decline of pollinators, obviously local and national trends. So, you know, that's what papers are interested in. I was told by a journalist that, you know, it's events and trends. That's what they want to know. Every year in Britain, we got something in the newspapers, which was the same story, just recycled every year. That, you know, the painted ladies are coming, or the painted ladies are not coming, or something. You know, but the papers would love it because there's been such horrible news in the newspapers saying, oh, damn, I think about the painted lady. This butterfly may be seen soon in Britain, you know. So, anyway, so all these ideas are good. And the main thing, of course, the message is that, you know, in the face of all these problems, you can help. And I think that's a big motivation for volunteers, is that, you know, often feel overwhelmed with the problems of the world and decline of biodiversity. But this is one way you can help. It might only take an hour of your week, but you can make a contribution through volunteering. So that was how you recruit. And then we talked a little bit about retention, which has all been covered, like newsletters, feedback. Chris had the nice idea of encouraging volunteers to give you stories. This is a way of engagement, and then they feel much more part of this community because I've contributed this amazing experience I had with this butterfly on this site, or I saw a big number, or, you know, I witnessed this migration, or, you know, whatever it is, a story that they from their local patch. So it's encouraged that engagement. So people who are writing your newsletters, it's a nice idea. Contact with, have you got any stories that would include your newsletter? Something simple, but anything. And And obviously face-to-face meetings again helps cement community and share information and so on, and provide cake. And obviously, if you don't organise this meeting, you exactly to retain our interest. So there we go. So moving on to methodology. So we talked a little bit about Corin and its limitations from, the analysis that Reto does from the satellite thing. So we're thinking about how you record habitats on the ground. I'm not sure we really cracked it, but there was the gold standard, which is used in Catalonia, is that they have a trained botanist who walks the transects and actually records the Corin every 6 years. So that would be the gold standard, because then it's systematic, you have an expert doing it rather than asking volunteers. But obviously, sort of things like more specific kind of surveys, like of gardens, you can measure sort of parameters within gardens, like the percentage of hard surface, whether they're trees or shrubs, whether there are plants for nectar, and that's a way of kind of categorising the habitat in that garden. And this is now a couple of things that we thought could and should be in the eBMS website. So this is one for Reto and David to think about, well, 3 things actually. So one is actually recording the impacts of management. So this would be if there was a mowing event or a grazing event or something that happened on the site, so that you could record that at the same time. And I mean, it may be there, I may be wrong, but I don't think it's there. I don't remember seeing it. So it would be just a, sorry?
You can put a remark.
A remark. So at the moment you can put a remark, but I think we need to maybe be a bit more leading on that. Tell us about when you, on each event, is there anything that's changed about the site or that's worth reporting? I think that's...
You mean a drop-down list?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe a drop-down list. And actually, somebody in our group, Kathleen, you said that there was a...
There is a standard classification of
so maybe that's an action on you, Constanti, to send that to Reto. Yeah, that would be good.
We have things like problem and then a subcategory. But always include other.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then the other thing was actually taking photos of the sections, so that I mean, obviously we would like that to have a baseline of every transect, beginning of each section, but then maybe updated every year, but every few years at least, so that we have a record. And I think the idea was that it obviously gives you a visual idea of what's on the transect, which you could analyse for vegetation or something, structure or something, but maybe in the future sort of some image software might actually give you an objective kind of structural analysis of the transect, which might be useful in the future. So that was something that I think we should do, sooner if we can. In the future, maybe having drones fly the routes of transects, because we all know that drones give you a completely different view. But also, if a drone goes up and takes more standard pictures, and maybe even infrared, I don't know what the technology is like, whether you can do it, but then you can analyse that. I mean, maybe not immediately, but at least it will be a record, so that in the future somebody could go back and say, what did this place look like 20 years ago? And you have drone footage, which would be somewhat more standardised than taken with your mobile phone. So that was, I mean, maybe like a nice sort of a pilot or something, we could try that somewhere. And the last, oh, you're doing it? Oh, great idea, so you got there first. Yeah. The last thing, we just talked about methodology, which was trying to document somehow the nectar availability. So I guess again in spring this may be already happening at more systematic ways, but Chris talked about the method they use in the Netherlands, which is having 11 groups of types of flowers, like yellow composites or something, and people record simple classes of abundance, 3 classes I think you said of abundance, and I just think that's something that we should begin to roll out actually on every transit. But if we decide what the method is, we have to agree that first. But maybe spring would have a method because obviously it's relevant to pollinators as well. But I think you need a system which volunteers can do relatively straightforward. But that sounded to me, I mean, that sounded quite easy, I think, for volunteers to do. Wouldn't need any training. So I think we should really think about that. Okay, sorry.
Hi, we also talked about volunteers and lots of the issues have been covered. Dirk said that they did Transex for ages and then they did a report and published it and secured a lot more volunteers as a result. So that was one thing where they started small. So even if you got only a few Transex, it's still worth shouting about them and putting them out there on social media and so on. 15-minute counts, again, is a transitional thing. It's both valuable for filling gaps, and we need to get the complementarity between 15-minute counts and Transex sorted somehow during spring or beyond by the experts in data management. But it can be an attractive and easy way for people to start, and it can then translate into people doing Transex. So we felt it was slightly dangerous because it's an easier methodology and maybe people just stick with 15-minute counts when the gold standard is Transex, as we know. But we thought that was really important. Sometimes the use of other apps like observation.org, which is used somewhere. Where was it? Yes, in Austria, yes, in Austria, sorry. And it is opportunistic data, but they found that young people are much more motivated by this, and that's led to an increase of people actually collecting that opportunistic data and photos, and maybe they can be encouraged to transition to using abundance monitoring technology. Photographers are a good source of conversion to monitors sometimes. So often you have Facebook approaches where people might share their photos, so they can be a good source of volunteers. And obviously training, workshops, face-to-face and online are really, really important to get people competent at monitoring. Online meetings and face-to-face meetings if possible. Sometimes it's really motivating to have equipment to give to Transex volunteers like nets or whatever, or moss traps if we're doing moss monitoring. And again, the idea of challenges or targets to motivate people. And if our wonderful app developers, I don't know if Carlos is listening, but if we can do notifications from the app that are possibly personalized, so like you've seen a new butterfly, or have you seen X, which your colleagues have seen, but basically prompting people to keep going instead of dropping out because it's boring in the winter, or it's boring to go to the same place. So some kind of notification. I know we're loading a lot of requirements onto the data managers and database people and so on, but that was felt to be a really important thing that could help motivation, because young people are always getting notifications, aren't they? And maybe a game for young people with challenges like, please go and see if you can find how many small whites are in this area, and then, have a competition. Have you seen the most small whites in this country or whatever? Just to make people feel recognised and proud and excited. Maybe not just small whites, maybe something a bit more colourful. I think that's probably it. ID guides, of course. Transex close to home or work are really recommended, as easy to do in your lunch hour or whatever. As a good exercise, instead of being COVID lockdown and always on your computer, go out and see some butterflies for half an hour, walk a Transex. Yeah, I think that's auto messages like if it could be automated related to the location, like we have a gap here, how about filling this gap for us? Yeah, so that's it.
Okay, we move to the last group. We need to run a little bit.
I'll try not to talk too long then. Does anybody want to guess what we talked about? Volunteers. So I'll try not to repeat too much that everybody else has said. So we have there are 5 subjects that we covered under volunteers. First of all is obviously how to reach out to new audiences, and I think and there's been lots of ideas that are already mentioned. And the one key message I think came out of our group is that you need to reach out to warm audiences. And people said this as well. So people who have already some experience in Lepidoptera or other aspects of natural history, who might be then go on to become recorders for us. Some ideas that came out were using online platforms like iNaturalist, Facebook Lepidoptera groups, that sort of thing already been mentioned. Also, as already mentioned, were people who are already in bird groups. If people are doing bird monitoring, they're more likely to be interested in working on butterflies and moths. And then we also talked about forced volunteers. And what we meant by that was people who might do the monitoring as part of their job. So national park rangers, for example, how much effort do we make to recruit those and get them involved? One idea that hasn't been mentioned so far was somebody came up with the idea of maybe having QR codes at nature reserves, inviting visitors to download the app and the field guides, getting involved. I guess they're warm audiences too. And story maps, which was suggested from Ireland, making it a more interactive experience. On the availability of suitable training materials. My group were quite a few people from the Baltic states, and we talked about the fact that the field guides there were, all the field guides were pretty poor, I think, if I remember rightly, and so the reports of the field guides were produced through April and Spring, really essential for you to deliver the project. One topic that hasn't, this is definitely, I don't think has been covered, is about so how do you actually get those people? And obviously workshops online or in regions was mentioned, but a great idea from Estonia, visit your grandparents, I think was the suggestion. And I thought this has worked, hasn't it? You said, yeah, you've got people out, you go in the summer, go and visit your grandparents who live in the country, and there's an opportunity to go and do your, I think it's 3 transect counts, yeah. And you could do that with 15-minute counts. It might not work for long-term monitoring with gold standard transect, but I like that idea. I think retention of volunteers, I think we pretty much covered with everybody else, but set one point, how important it was for volunteers to be able to access their own data. I mean, that's one great thing about the app. You can access your data and see it, and people like to do that. So that's important. And analysing transect data regionally, not just nationally, being able to feed back to volunteers about what's happening in their landscape or their region, I think so we mentioned. And lastly, we did talk about probably the one that was most challenging is identification. How do you get from, I mean, a field guide, a book, field guide, whatever, to being able to identify butterflies in the field if you're inexperienced? And we mentioned obviously that we can make workshops to do that, to help us teach people about identification. But it's that when butterflies are flying, how do you actually get that knowledge, that what in English we call it the jizz of a butterfly? How do you just know what it is after 15 or 20 years? You can be confident about that. And we talked about whether you could film butterflies.
make videos of them in flight to help pick up some of the identification features. There was a bit, I have to be honest, there was a bit of dispute about whether that would work or not, but it's certainly worth trying. And lastly, which was already been mentioned, I think, is narrowing down the choices for in your region. If you've got lots of fritillaries, which ones could it be in when you're surveying in April in a particular habitat? So, and I think somebody mentioned, Chris, you've already done an app about this at some point or other. That's what it says here. He said, I think Mark said you'd forgotten you'd done it, I think. But yes, yeah. So you narrow down the phenology. So with what's on, yeah. But I think that's actually worth exploring, and I think that's that point. I think would help people in the early stages as they learn to identify butterflies. Okay, I think we've covered most things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think it was really fruitful, and we took many notes for sure. Sue is writing a lot, so we will cover all these brilliant ideas. I really like it, so many things of social media and new messages that we could give to promote recruitment of volunteers in general. We covered that, but also the methodology and data. So yeah, thank you so much for this session. I really enjoyed it, and now we move further with Reto and David, that they are going to do a session about data visualization. No? A little bit.
For three, but right after.
Okay, thank you. Let's start the final session of the day. The organizers managed to make me the chair of this session while Belgium is playing Croatia at the World Championships. So if Belgium scores, I want to hear a cheer from the left side of the room. If Croatia scores, I don't want to hear about it at all. So don't say, I don't want to hear it. It's a pleasure to introduce Reto. He wrote some fantastic programs in R to analyze monitoring data, and Reto and David will explain how you can do it yourself and how you can visualize the trends on your transits.
Thank you. Just before I start, I would like to ask the people online to put their camera on, if that's possible. Just want to see if they are still alive. So please, a big hand of applause, because these people were spending the entire day in front of their computer. They didn't have cake, they didn't have coffee, they didn't have lunch. And hope to see you next year here. Yeah, I'm ready. Both. So this is the last, not the last session of the day. There's a session after, or another session. It's the last session, but it's not the last talk. There is a talk from Mikko that has been rescheduled because Mikko has to leave for Finland tomorrow. So he will present his work right after mine. This one? Yes. Yep. This is a really simple one, how to produce an indicator. It's the lightest topic that you could have. How to produce a national indicator, it's even worse, actually, from BMS. And I'm not alone in working on that. So even though I present this talk, Emily, Dennis, Chris, and David Roy have contributed quite a lot in the development of the methods, in the discussion, and a lot of sweat and scratching their head, definitely, how to produce an indicator that is robust and that over time will stay similar and comparable, which is not easy with a scheme that is changing all the time with new scheme entering. We like the new scheme, but they are challenging to integrate also. So please don't take a picture of this. Don't publicize. This is the latest version going up to 2020. On this side, you have the European grassland indicator. So all Europe, including Norway, Switzerland, and the UK. On this side, you have the EU27. So it doesn't start in 1990 because we need at least 2 or 3 BMS. And before we have enough BMS active within the 27, it goes to 1992. So the starting point is a bit different. It's like starting here instead. So that's somehow similar. It's not exactly the same. We're struggling a lot. So we had to change the method this year to actually kind of compensate for these bumps that we have here. This could be due to new scheme entering with the new region also. So as we are expanding to the western part, so the eastern part, sorry. Some butterfly have very different trend. The abundance are very different also. So you have high abundance in some part, and these are actually very different from what you had in the early one, which included the UK, Netherlands, Belgium, and Catalonia mainly. Okay, so the ingredient, it's like a recipe, but it's a little bit more complicated because it's a recipe with fantasy. So we need transect. In this case, for the grassland indicator, we use 2,500 transect in 2020. So that's for 1 year. We use 22 BMS for the EU27 and 25 for the entire Europe. So 25 national scheme, which Spain contained 3 of them. And for Europe, we have about 5,000 transect in 2020. 25 in Europe. Where did I wrote that? 25 scheme in Europe is actually out there. It's just a repetition. Sorry. So since 1990, we have about 6,350 transect for EU27 and more than 10,000 for all Europe. We have a list of 17 grassland species, which is the same from the start of the grassland indicator. And we need some time and a lot of code. Some code like this, some time, and different butterfly. So part of these ingredients are, like here we are having more and more transect, more scheme also up here in yellow. Same species, but having more scheme in different region cause definitely a challenge how to make this abundance and how to make the trend comparable from year to year. So in the past, and we're still using very similar method, we go from the raw count to calculate the site index, and then we calculate the collated index at the national level, at the BMS level, and then we collate all these national level collated index across Europe, and then the 17 species all together to give a multi-species trend for all Europe. We use method that was developed in 2013, I think, yeah, the first one here, using a GAM to augment the data where data are missing or count are missing. We use a method to account for climatic variation across Europe because the method works better if you keep a homogeneous region or climatic region, because the assumption is that within a region you have the same phenology, same flight curve over time. What we did recently, and how we do that, we developed some tool, an R package, RBMS. It's developed by myself, but I had some help from Colin Hauer from UKCH and Emily, obviously, for some method. What I'm doing now is actually I've changed a little bit of the method. Here we use climate regions that are discrete, assuming that the phenology from all the pale blue area is the same. And then as you go just crosses here to the Atlantic, it change phenology. I mean, this is not very realistic. It's realistic here, but why should you have a discrete border of phenology change? So what we try now is to use something that is smoother, actually to use the climate, the temperature accumulated. And we use daily temperature provided by the European Climate Assessment and Dataset, which is available up, you can go back to the 1950, have daily temperature for grid cells that are 11 kilometer resolution. And I developed a package that is called Climate Extract. It allows you to go through using R, extracting those data for point. So if you have 10 transect, you can have the full time series from 1950 to actually goes 3 months ago, so 2022, August or July. Daily temperature, maximum temperature, minimum temperature, precipitation if you want. So that package can do all the job, not just for butterfly, but for everything else. It's something I never publicized before, but it was mainly something I had in my drawer because it's useful for me. But now it has a nice logo, so why not present it to everyone? So what I'm doing now is for every transect, I extract a time series of temperature. So every 11 kilometer, I have a time series. But every point, every transect now has a time series. So instead of having a discrete, I have a climate time series for every transect. And transects that are nearby will have very similar temperature. And transects that are at high elevation will have very different profile and maybe also very different phenology. So this is representation of Finland, some point over there, the yellow, the blue. The color are matching. Sorry, you might not see that, these color. But this is the accumulation of temperature growing degree as the calendar progress. From January to January, we accumulate about 1,000 degree day. In the bluest, so it's the northern part, and the yellow and the pale blue. So these are west. And then in the south of Sweden, in Lund, we accumulate a bit more of these growing degree day. So instead of using the date to calculate the phenology, we are converting or adjusting those dates according to this accumulation of temperature. So if you have more temperature, you might have a development that is slightly faster. We calculate flight curve based on this variable that we can then convert and pull back and back transform on a calendar. So on one model, you can produce many flight curves depending on the different profile of accumulating growing date. And this is what you get. So you get a shift in that phenology within one model. So there's several benefits in this because you have a benefit of tracking the temperature that is changing. So you don't have a discrete unit that is patched, but you have a continuous gradient. And it allows you to go from integrating the data from Lund to northern Finland or northern Sweden. So you can actually have more data to inform your model to get the relationship between growing degree day and the phenology, the abundance. And then you just back transform that in a calendar that gives you some information maybe useful for the app later. And this is the relationship. You only have one relationship with growing degree day and the relative abundance. But if you translate that in different points on the calendar, it gives you slightly different curve. So this is not implemented automatically. There's not a function, give me that, but using this package to extract the growing degree day and this package together, and a little tweak in some equation in the flight curve model, because now you can write your own model, whatever you want. So you can make it complicated. ACGDD is accumulating growing degree data that I extracted at climate exchange. I can also include a variable latitude as a y. And I mean, it's a little bit complicated, but these are all smoother. So it's a smoothed relationship with these variables. And I try to predict the count. In the function in our BMS, the flight curve calculation, I just have to change the model form here, my model 4, which is up there, and I provide these data, the latitude and the growing degree data. It gives me this relationship that I back transform over there that allows me to have a better estimate of abundance locally, with more data informing local data. So how do I use that local index to produce a collated index? So I calculate a flight curve at my site index. Then in a model, I get an average of a collated index. So let's say species A or species 1 has across the 1,000 site these abundance. I can model that, get an average abundance for that BMS. And I can bootstrap those sites to get a confidence interval around that collated index. You don't have to understand everything here to move on. There's a website, there's tutorial and the package and everything. So that's not the point here. It's just we have a workflow that is actually relatively straightforward. There's some effort needed, but it's feasible. And then once you have those collated index, 1,000 time, if you bootstrap 10,000, so this is one example, you have a species 1, species 2, from time 0 to time 6 and plus, we have abundance change, standardized to 100 at the first year. Calculate the geometric mean, just like the bird index is done. And if you have a species that enter the dance or the trend in a later moment, because you have a new region, new transect that capture that species, it's also standardized to 100. But instead of starting with 100, it starts where the trend is at time they enter the indicator. So that 100 becomes 79 because this is the geometric mean calculated by these. And then you follow up, and then you calculate at the end the geometric mean with the adjusted species 3, species 1, 2, adjusted species 3, give you this multi-species index that gives you a trend that allows species to enter, but also country to enter. New scheme, we do exactly the same. So this is an example for a species. For a scheme, we also have another element that we weight depending on the different size of the scheme, different country, different area that they cover across Europe. So the trend or the indicator is then informed by 2 species, 2 scheme, whatever, for the first 2 years, and then after for all the 3 species for the rest of it. That allows us to provide a more robust and better integrate the new scheme starting compared to what we had before. Whew. So now I'm just going to take a break. I hope you understood everything. As I said, it's a lot of coding, but we try to make it as easy as possible, but it will never be easy. It's always challenging analyzing these data. They are a little bit messy. We have to augment the data with the best information we have. So we use information from the region to inform the phenology. Those phenology are used to predict missing count. Those missing count are then integrated with the count to collate make a local index that are collated nationally. Then that feed in an indicator. You can do exactly the same in your country. There's no reason why we can do it with 23 scheme or 25 scheme, and you could not do it in your country. The only limit might be that you don't have all the data available, or not enough power in your data to calculate phenology. So one of the aspiration that I have this year, or actually more in 2023, is to publish actually advertise the eBMS database, but also it comes with a plus, with a little ribbon that contain all the phenology for all the species for every 10-kilometer grid cell. And then you don't have to calculate the growing degree, but you have a phenology that you can integrate in your data, and this will be informed by the data across Europe. And that will be available in the cloud if everything works fine. Well, no, but it should, and it will be. And that will be a contribution from all the eBMS data that are fed in the database, but it's also something that we give back. Because I don't know, this morning I presented something, you presented data, and then eBMS swallow everything, and then there was an arrow going back to the coordinator. And that's one of those things that we don't provide only tool, but maybe also data that can facilitate you benefit from the strength of the group instead of only having your 10, 15, 100 transect in your region. There's another tool that we are working on. And this is totally new. It started 2 weeks ago. I mean, we started a bit before thinking about it, but officially it started 2 weeks ago. Oops, I always take it one side. There we go. It's a tool that works in R, but to make it easy and usable and friendly, we package it in a Shiny app that you can then open in your browser, and then you have to press the button. So it's a tool, I have to be honest, it's a tool that is a little bit for me, and it's a little bit for you. So there's a tool that is called, it's uploading table reformatting, info table upload, table reformatting, because I'm tired to upload or get your data that are in different format and have to figure out and standardize them by myself, while you could do the better job because you know exactly what column is the transect ID, what is the section ID. So we provide a tool here to help you to do that. And at the end, there's also some result that you could actually extract. So you could provide have figure from your data, and one day there will be something, write a report or produce a report. So how it works, you upload your data. So you upload your CSV, you choose if it's data set. So we have Spain here as an example, but we also have some UK data set. You upload your data, and then you see on the screen when you upload it. That's the original data. On the right, left-hand side, you will have some select ID or visit column. So it's in English, because your data might be all in your own language. But for me, if you identify what is the visit ID, what is the BMS ID, what is the transect column, that will help me a lot. So it's a drop-down menu based on this table that you uploaded. Drop-down menu, you just have to select which one corresponds to the visit ID, or to select the year column or the month column. And then, even though you leave some things blank, because you might not have all the data, it produces an output table with the NA for the data that you don't have. But everything else, the name of the column now is standardized and easy for me to integrate, ready to go into the eBMS data without errors, without my interpretation behind, but your interpretation. At the bottom left, you will have a download output. You send me the CSV, and then I can integrate that easily. You can upload the info. So this is an example for the UK with coordinate. And if you press the result, not everything is populated here, but you can produce a map of your transect. And this is just a mock-up. It's very crude. It's not beautiful, but we can produce nice map that you can then click to download a JPEG or a high resolution figure. to include in your report, and maybe we are thinking about producing an R code that produces the figure. Then you can maybe change or tweak the colors, or maybe a drop-down menu of different color. But then you can also calculate the number of species, the number of visit per transect, or whatever different figure and table that we can produce. For this, we would like to have your feedback actually, because we can produce something that we think is relevant for us. But this tool, this section is essentially for the user on the other side. So if you write a report and you want these kind of figure, well, you can actually tell us, well, this is the kind of figure that I want. I want the number of transect every year, or the minimum number of count that along something. This might one day, the Shiny app, integrate some RBMS function, maybe producing some trend if the server is working properly and is capable of ingesting and computing the data. Because some data sets are pretty heavy, and this so heavy processing is not the ideal tool to do heavy processing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Reto. Very impressive. Looking forward to the Shiny one, because now I have to do it in R myself. So, but it's very logical. It's very easy to use. So Reto did a great job in writing all these R scripts and making it possible for national coordinators to calculate trends. So thanks a lot. I can imagine that there are quite a lot of questions, or not. I don't know. Yeah, there is not.
So we don't.
Right now, questions right now. Okay.
Yeah, and then afterwards we will have Nico's talk about the BMS implementation.
Then I can ask it after that. Just one question. I know that this is not for the, this is, I mean, we are talking about large scale data, so that's fine. But I mean, okay, for a national system is, let's say it's not large scale, but you use the 10 or 12 kilometer data for the climate. Yes. What happens with azonal typical transects? I know that's why I told you. What happens with atypical transects?
Such as?
For example, that is in a valley, and if you, because we have some, which is very crazy because of that.
Yes.
I know this is a case-by-case basis, so that's why I told you on large scale it works.
Just going to use the microphone before that one here. So even though the resolution of the temperature is at 10 by 10 kilometer or 11 kilometer, because it's 0.03 degree or something like that, depending where you are, the kilometer is different. We have an altitude associated to that grid cell. So if you go up or down from that altitude, you could, rule of thumb, reduce by 0.7 degree every 100 meter, or add 0.7 degree in your minimum to maximum temperature. So you could, in the Alp or in Tyrol, that's what I'm doing. So because the transects are on the slope, but they are in the middle of the slope, or a valley at the bottom of something. So the average elevation of a 10 by 10 kilometer is something that is nothing represented, but your transect is somewhere relative to that one. So we can adjust the climate. It's not, I'm not saying it's perfect, because depending on the aspect, the sun facing, north facing, but somehow it's better than a day.
More questions? I have one. So I'm using the RBMS, but I see you use a lot of new codes. Is it still usable, the old version or the previous version? Because the nice thing is you only need 2 files to put in there, and then you wait for a couple of hours if you have a large data set, and you have nice figures, nice trends, so it's really easy to use.
Yeah, so everything is still working, and when I implement something new, I always make an effort to make it back compatible. Is that back compatible? Yeah. It's a robust way to produce a sustainable software. There's other software that are also producing other stuff, like Artrim is also in constant development, so there's new functionality that are added, like I heard between the grapevine, that now you can use week count in your model, maybe not yet in CRAN, but soon come. Emily Dennis and her student produced a package that is called RGAI, so GAI for Generalized Abundance Indices. So it's her paper where she has pulled in a spline model, which is same as this one. There's inflated zero model, and there's a stopover model. So all these other way to analyze abundance, and maybe even if you're interested in the lifespan of a generation with the stopover model, it's also available in package in R. Depending on your data or your question, the best tool is available somewhere. RBMS, to me, it's one of the simplest from the raw data to the end, but it's maybe not the method that you are after for everything.
I always run all of them just for fun. But what strikes me is that if I use the RBMS and I want to calculate the confidence intervals, that at the moment actually I stopped doing it because it takes days. Start with a glaze EO, and after a day I stopped the calculation because it's not finished yet. So that's something. Yeah, then you have to parallel, and I know there are solutions to that, but Trim does it within 15 minutes for all species. And that's something we also should take into account.
Want to answer that? No.
Easy. So we use brute force. We are not clever enough, and they use analytic force, which is fast, but maybe wrong. No, it's probably not wrong. It follows some assumption on the other side, but yeah, improvement can always be done. In my case, because I do it for Europe, I can calculate the flight curve within 5 hours, but I have a cluster with 10,000 core, so then I just put it over there. But the development should work on a laptop. And if you have 20, 100, I don't know how many transect you have, 100 transect?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it works nicely. And your model fitting, yeah, it depends on the species again.
Thank you. If there is a question or not.
Thank you. You showed us simple results with the Shiny app, but it's for coordinators. Maybe it may be possible to do the same for each volunteer. That we talked about motivation, and so if a volunteer can click on a button on the website and have simple results, descriptive results, may be a good way to motivate him. May it be possible to do that?
Very good question, David. I asked the audience.
I wasn't listening, sorry. You repeat the question.
Will it be possible to have the Shiny app available for the volunteers themselves as well?
No, that 3D technology that you are using for.
So, yeah, we're also looking at visualizations on the website as well, which will use different technology. But the R Shiny, we could post it on a server that means it's available more widely. But I think it's aimed at the coordinators, so we may use different software for the website visualizations. So we've got some ideas and started some work on that. Yeah.
So we're asking if a user, an individual, could have his data and then map them.
Click on the button, so it's next good.
Produce something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it could be, it's possible, yeah. Whether it's, yeah, we need to understand what that visualization needs to be for an individual user rather than, but I think there was a clear message from our breakout groups that more personalized feedback is going to be really important.
Thank you. I really love what you presented about designing. I think it's really great. And first to focus, of course, in coordinators, but I see many possibilities as well for collecting data that we don't manage to recruit. Because there are many people that have tons of Excels in their computers and they don't share it because it's difficult to do the formatting, and for you will be also a nightmare. So if we could promote it in a way to yeah, having feedback from the coordinators to make it available for people, I think we will get it even more data from Europe. So yeah, not a question, but yeah, comment.
Comment to a comment. Yeah, so the Shiny app run on a server. It's available through a web address, but we can also integrate that in a website. So it could be the butterflymonitoring.net website has an iframe where the people could actually, or a link, but they could upload their data and see a map or have some basic figure that they can then download. That's possible. And they don't even have to send us the data. It could be a service for that.
Thank you. No more questions for Victor? Then we will have thanks a lot, Victor. Well done. We will have a final talk in addition to the program, and Mikko will present the Finnish BMS because he has to leave tomorrow, so he will present the.
Okay, many thanks for giving me the opportunity to give this very short presentation already today, because I have to.
Yes.
So because I have to leave tomorrow during the lunch break. So the topic is how do we do the annual reporting in the Finnish butterfly monitoring scheme. And I suppose that tomorrow afternoon we will hear other examples from other countries. So in Finland, we do the annual reporting by 3 different ways. Firstly, we report various kind of things and news to the volunteers via our Facebook page. And then every August we prepare press release about how good the summer has been for butterflies. And during the last few years we have been able to do it based on real data because of active online data entry of the volunteers. And last summer we were able to do it for the first time simultaneously for butterflies and bumblebees. But the most important reporting is the annual report, and in Finland it is always published in the journal Bactria, and I put one example to be circulated there. It is normally published usually just before the next butterfly season, and this has been done every year since the beginning of our scheme in 1999. And also the annual reports, they are available in the web pages of our scheme. So the next 2 slides summarize the contents of the annual report.
it has very short standard format that stays the same from year to year. It always has a map of the county transacts, and then two summary tables showing some summary statistics at the transact level and also at the species level. And then two-panel summary figures that you can see on the right-hand side here. The two top panel figures, they summarize how has been the quality of the summer from butterfly perspective. On the left-hand side, shown by mean temperature during the weekly butterfly counts, and in the right-hand side by butterfly abundance in the weekly counts. And in this example, we can see in red line how the summer was for 2021, and this year the midsummer was exceptionally warm, as you can see in the left-hand side, and it was also very favorable for butterflies in Finland, as you can see in the right-hand side. Then in the lower panels we can see how the trends look, and these figures are updated every year in the report. Firstly, on the left-hand side we have a combined index based on the abundance of the 45 our most common butterfly species, and we can see a slight decreasing trend in Finland. And on the right-hand side we can see a number of species in long-term population trend classes in Finland, and again the slightly decreasing species are clearly more numerous than the increasing species. An important part of the report is also a long table showing the recorded total individuals for different species in the focal year, and also the occurrences of those species. And this table also shows observed change in the abundance compared to the previous year and also compared to the last 10 years. And in addition to this table, we always annually update the species-specific figures of the annual fluctuations, but usually these figures are not included in the published report, but they can be seen in our wider web version of the annual report. So this was, in short, how we do the annual reporting. And finally, I thought to mention that a more comprehensive report that covers the results from the 23 first years of our scheme was published just a week ago, when we also had a meeting of the volunteers of Finnish pollinator monitoring schemes. And that report is also there, can be seen as circulated. But this report can also be loaded from our web pages, as also the annual reports. And finally, I would like to thank the Finnish Ministry of Environment for good funding of our scheme during the last 3 years. It has really made our scheme more viable than it was previously. Thank you.
Mikko, any questions or remarks for Mikko?
Yeah, you got it.
Yes, thank you for your nice results. Did you send Christina your reports? Because these nice data are probably quite interesting to have them in the European BMS website. So maybe you can just link your reports to, and so we can all, well, of course there's a link in the internet, but if we have them in the European webpage, it will be widely available. So just okay, thank you.
Thank you, very good suggestion.
Yeah, I was thinking to ask Miko, but thank you, Miguel, for making it. Just wanted to say that don't run, please, because I want to take a group pictures of everyone. So don't run, and Sue wants to say something.
Thanks very much, Miko. That's a great report and really, really interesting. Thank you. And thank you for the summary in English for that. We have a particular problem with the Finnish government at the moment in relation to the nature restoration law, where your Finnish foresters are mounting a very strong political hate campaign against the new law. And that, as we know, is very important to everything we've discussed today. Simon says there's going to be a regulation, but it could be killed in the next 6 months if such campaigning wins. So that, just to note that, and anything you can do to promote the positive, and that actually everything's not bad, and that actually the Finnish woodlands are not going to really suffer by restoration for nature. And so that's very important for Finland. But also what you've just said about the funding, that's really important, because that's another message we're trying to get through to all the member states. And Tom Breeze has circulated a questionnaire, and I just wanted to say beyond the board members that all the coordinators here, if you can fill in Tom Breeze's questionnaire, even if you don't get money, if you can say what the sort of estimated costs would be if your volunteer time was remunerated, that would be a really important part of the evidence being collected in spring to get all member states to fund this eBMS coordination and data management in particular, even if it didn't go to funding actual recording itself. So your evidence about the fact that the 3 years of funding you've had have improved the sustainability of your scheme is really, really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Time for the group picture? Okay. Oh, there's one more question.
And could I just add on the funding issue to ask people to also think about whether the funding is explicit, i.e. your ministry gives you money, or actually it's implicit, where there is somebody like an academic who's spending a quarter of their time doing the eBMS, but actually it's just considered to be part of their academic job, and their boss is happy with them doing that. And so there's actually a state funding going on that isn't actually, you know, the ministry giving somebody money. So if you can think about the implicit funding that's actually happening as well, because that seems to be something that's happened in quite a few member states. Thank you.
Want to comment on that?
Yeah, in our case, it's explicit funding. So we had the 3-year project that is funding the butterfly monitor scheme, the moth monitoring scheme, and also an atlas monitoring scheme for butterflies in Finland. Yeah. Well, the project ends in the end of this year, and from the Ministry of Environment, they have said to us that they are prepared to a similar funding also during the next year. So I think in Finland this funding of biodiversity monitoring, it has changed very positively during the current government, but there are elections coming in the next spring, and well, it's difficult to say what happens if the other parties get into power but at the moment it seems that the funding will continue for us.
Thank you. So, yeah. Group picture is here, and then after the group picture, dinner is at 7:30.
Yeah.
Okay, see you then, and autumn.